Kaboom! Welcome, everyone. It's time for the open session to hear public comment before closed session. May we begin with the roll call?
Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
And Councilmember Wilson is absent for roll call. During closed session, the council will discuss. This is a joint meeting of the City of Richmond and Surplus Property Authority. Okay. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items under Surplus Property Authority. Item C1 is Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company. Item C2, under City Council's conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at Point Malati, site of former Naval Shipyard Depot. Agency negotiators Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, East Bay Regional Park District and Tribe and Upstream Point Malati LLC. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Wine Haven versus City of Richmond, and Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. Item C4 is conference with real property, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This is initiation of litigation. There's one case. We have one public speaker. Cordell Hendler, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. I am Cordell Hendler for the record. So as far as like Riggers Law, let me repeat what I mentioned last time. Is because they are a good business in Richmond, because all this stuff that they have done, it needs to be resolved. So when you go in there, think about all the contributions that they have made. Even Kevin Brown has offered to invite you all, like, to sit down and, like, ration out the funds that they owe. It needs to be resolved, because businesses come and go, and we want them to stick around for the long haul. That's it.
Okay, we do have one person online. Does that person want to address the council? Okay. Nope, there are no more speakers.
All right. Then public comment session is over, and we will retire to closed session. It is, everyone, if you can retire to a seat and prepare for a fantastic city council meeting. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Yes. On tonight's agenda, there are a number of two issues in particular that address the TCC project, the Transformative Climate Communities Grant, and a project, a collaboration between the city and Rich City Rides. Rich City Rides is an organization run by my partner, Najari Smith. So with the TCC grant, I am the executive director of one of the organizations that helped bring that $30 million to the city. So when that issue comes up as a part of the budget, I would be recusing myself and leaving the room, so I'm not a part of that discussion. And similarly, when the item comes up in the budget session regarding the Rich City Rides collaboration with the city around the bike lending library, I will be recusing myself and leaving the room, so I'm not a part of that discussion at all. Thank you.
Is that it?
Next item.
Okay, our next item is agenda review, and we have a request from staff to continue item O9A. That is the cooperative cost pool agreement with Richmond Rent Board to June 17th. We also have a request from the sponsor of item R1, and that item is, hold on. That is the development of ordinance to ban land grab practices and promote housing accessibility. Continue that to June 17th, and that will be for continuation of public comment and council deliberation. That's all I have.
I would also like to move the hearing up to take place after the open forum. After the consent calendar.
Okay.
So that would be Q1 before P1.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
On the closed session agenda, the item C1 was a review of status of the Richmond versus Riggers Loft. We gave a report. There was no reportable action taken. C2 was concerning the Point Melody litigation and also negotiations on the upstream price and terms. We gave a status report on those items. There was no action taken. Regarding the C4 anticipated litigation, one case, we gave a status report. There was no reportable action taken, and the Giddyville, Winehaven items were not discussed. That concludes the closed session report.
Our next item is the city manager's report, and under her report, we'll also hear a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and Richmond Community. Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the weekly report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Next slide. Next slide. I'm pleased to have attended the Miraflores Greenbelt Volunteer Day. I'd like to thank the City of Richmond Community Services staff, Public Works, Parks and Landscaping, the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, RCF Connects, Neighbor to Neighbor, California Volunteers, the Richmond Tool Library, and Richmond Love Your Block. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Stephanie Nye for helping organize the event. She's doing a great job with Love Your Block and getting us all out in the community to help improve the built environment. Over the morning, participants rolled up their sleeves to remove invasive weeds from the creek, collected trash around the park. These efforts support the upcoming installation of interpretive signage that will highlight the site's history and natural features. Despite the fog, volunteers came prepared and enjoyed a complimentary lunch as a thank for their hard work and dedication. Next slide. Also, on Saturday, May 31st, we had the Parkchester mural reveal. Those who were in attendance included the City of Richmond Recreation Department, RNCC, RCF Connects, and again, Neighbor to Neighbor, Richmond Tool Library, Love Your Block, our Arts and Culture Commission, BNSF, and want to thank those who participated in developing the Seeds of Harvest mural to celebrate our rich neighborhood artists and local leaders to honor the area's history and future through vibrant art. Guests enjoyed a premiere screening of the behind-the-scenes documentary, live music from soul powerhouse Tina Carroll, and a movie theater-inspired treats. The event highlighted the power of community collaboration, creativity with support from local organizations, volunteers, and artists. The lead artist for the mural is Richmond Salazar, with assistance from John Worley, Mark Connors, Renee Garcia, and Mr. Ortiz, as well as the documentary was developed by Miguel Hernandez, and live music again by Tia Carroll. Next slide. Upcoming on Friday at 9 a.m. At the Civic Center Farmers Market, which takes place in front of the library. Zip Trip Summer Tour 2025. Please come out and be part of the action at 9 a.m. to watch the live recording in person and celebrate everything that makes our city shine, from our rich culture and vibrant community to our incredible local flavor. If you can't make it, no problem. Please view KTVU and KTVU YouTube channel, and let's show the Bay Area Richmond's pride is wonderful, and hope to see you there. Next slide. Upcoming on June 7th is the Rosie the Riveter Rally. It's an opportunity to celebrate community history and the spirit of We Can Do It at the free family-friendly event honoring the 25th anniversary of the Rosie the Riveter World War II Homefront National Park. Please wear your 1940s outfit and enjoy live music, jazz, food trucks, kids' activities, costume, and local vendors, and special appearances will include real Rosies and park rangers. Let's come honor the legacy of resilience, innovation, and unity that shaped our nation and continues to inspire generations. There will be free parking at the Richmond Ferry Terminal and Ford Building Visitor Center. We can't wait to see you there. Next slide. Upcoming, we have a traffic calming virtual community meeting being hosted by our Public Works Engineering Department on Wednesday, June 11th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. This is an opportunity to learn about the project at Key Boulevard and Barrett Avenue, and to ask questions and share your concerns with the city and design team. For more questions, if you have questions, please call 510-307-8091. Thank you. Sharon, Ms. Taylor?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director, KCRT. Can you please bring up the report? I'm pleased to share with you our new employee report for the month of May. Next slide. Neilani Inyavong, Workforce Specialist 2, Employment and Training. Mai Naughton Seha, Police Officer Trainee, Police Department. Gwyneth Lobes Stapes, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services, Recreation. Jose Heredia Sanchez, Maintenance Aide 2, Public Works. Ana Lilia Garcia, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. Juan Mendoza, Maintenance Aide 2, Public Works. Marissa Menjerez, Maintenance Aide 2. Jose Seguera Adverde, Maintenance Aide 2. Mariam Riley, Lifeguard, Recreation. Carl Coleman, Recreation Program Specialist, Recreation. Salma Reyes, Recreation Program Aide. Stacy Lambert, Maintenance Aide 2. Edward Burks, Maintenance Aide 2. Cynthia Gutierrez, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. Kayla Rodriguez Seed, Recreation Program Aide. And we have a few promotions. Jose Manguia, Permit Technician 2 in Community Development. Gustavo Alvarado Arandilla, Police Officer, Police Department. Ryan Ireland, Police Officer. Ty Tran, Police Officer. And that concludes my report. Thank you for your support.
Our next item under commendations, presentations, and proclamations, item M1, is a proclamation urging that Cuba be removed from the United States list of state sponsors of tourism and that Congress vote to end all economic sanctions against Cuba. We have one public speaker, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
This is a special moment for me. It's special because of our relationship, a sister city relationship with the city of Regla, Cuba. One of the fruits of this relationship is this fantastic exhibition of prints by Canet, which was gifted to the city of Richmond in appreciation for our commitment to support one another and to learn from one another culturally, artistically, and spiritually. So I have a proclamation here, and I would like Councilmember Cepeda and Councilmember Jimenez to join me. And since this is a sister city, we should also have the rest of the council members up here with us, because we are one city, one spirit, together. And to complete the circle, I would like to ask and introduce Yasser Ibarra, the first secretary, and also David Ramirez Alvarez. Could you come join us? So, the resolution, I will pick and choose from parts of it because it's so long. Whereas for the past 64 years, the United States has imposed an economic, commercial, and financial embargo on Cuba that prevents most engagement in trade with the United States and punishes other countries that engage with Cuba. And whereas the consequence of this embargo continues to inflict daily hardships and deprivations on the Cuban people, creating shortages of basic necessities like food and medicine, and severely restricting international financial and trade opportunities. It prevents Cuba from obtaining vital medical equipment and supplies, and even impedes humanitarian aid responses to catastrophic events like the recent Hurricane Rafael. And I will move on down too. Whereas the United Nations in 2024 estimated that this embargo has cost the Cuban economy $164 billion, and that current annual costs are about $5 billion each year. And whereas the United Nations General Assembly voted to condemn the U.S. embargo against Cuba for the 32nd time on October 30th, 2024, with 187 of 193 nations decisively voting in favor, and only the United States and Israel opposed. And whereas on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, officials from the Cuban embassy in the United States will visit Richmond, including Yasser Ibarra First Secretary, who works with labor unions, Cuban Solidarity, and the sports sector, and David Ramirez Alvarez, Second Secretary, who served from 2018 to 2022 at the Cuban Ministry of Foreign Affairs, organizing international events, including the 500th anniversary celebration of the city of Havana. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Eduardo Martinez, Mayor of the City of Richmond, on behalf of the City Richmond Council, do hereby strongly urge the President to remove Cuba from the United States list of state sponsors of terrorism and to oppose all legislation that seek to prevent the removal of Cuba from such list, enforcing the Force Act, H.R. 450, and be it further resolved, I, Eduardo Martinez, Mayor of the City of Richmond, on behalf of the Richmond City Council, do hereby urge our congressional delegations to pass legislation that will eliminate those aspects of the embargo that have been codified into law and remove all sanctions against Cuba by the United States and allow the peoples of the United States and Cuba to travel and trade freely between the countries, and to oppose any legislation that seeks to codify the embargo, SSOT, and other sanctions against Cuba. So I will now present the proclamations. One for you, sir. Thank you so much. And one. Thank you. Thank you. So I've written some words I wanted to share before I allow our guests to speak. I could argue the meaning of being a state sponsor of terrorism, but this isn't the venue to do that. I can ask whether providing free training to become doctors to anyone from any nation is an act of terror. And to do this while an embargo is creating a shortage of medical supplies demonstrates a resolve to lift humanity and goodwill. By providing this training, Cuba is providing opportunity. Opportunity is freedom. Arturo Sandoval, a great Cuban jazz musician, immigrated to the United States with the help of Dizzy Gillespie. At the Kennedy Center Honors Award, Andy Garcia talked about how Arturo escaped from Cuba to freedom. Arturo had freedom. What he didn't have was opportunity, which was afforded by Dizzy Gillespie, and which is denied to every Cuban because of the embargo. There are many Cubans who want to escape to opportunity, but those who believe in a just society where everyone is afforded food, housing, and medical care, Cuba is a social experiment in creating a society in which everyone is cared for. Having these guarantees is also a form of freedom. The embargo creates obstacles. When in Havana last year, I saw a magnificent city in disrepair, a city that could rival many other cities if it only had the capital to make those repairs. In Cuba, you may own a house, but when the embargo makes the price of building supplies astronomically above the price in other nations, buying supplies is difficult, and the home begins to deteriorate, forcing the homeowners to improvise repairs. Because of the embargo, Cuba cannot borrow money from the International Monetary Fund, largely due to U.S. opposition. Not that it would want to, but imagine what Cuba could do if it had the ability to incur $1 trillion debt like we do. I say this tongue-in-cheek to illustrate what is and what could be. A better way to look at this is to ask what the United States would look like if we could not borrow money. Without the guaranteed outlined in the Human Bill of Rights, many of our freedoms become the freedom to choose, to starve, to be homeless, to die of medical complications. We even have the freedom to exploit others. Many people say that with hard work we can be rich and famous, we can etch out a comfortable life, but opportunity is often linked to luck. Were you born to a wealthy family? Were you born white or were you born on a reservation? Did you meet the right people who could define and further your career? Or did you suffer a trauma that pushed you in the wrong direction? Were you born in the right place at the right time? Or were you born in the wrong place at the wrong time? Like the Zionists in Israel, our nation is punishing the people of Cuba for a wrong they did not commit. It's time to end this embargo. So now, a few words.
Well, I will be very short, but I would like to say thank you in low voice. Thank you, because it's represent that another path is possible. It's a possible a relation of friendship, of love between both people. At the end of the day, we are human beings, and all of you know that the other side of the Caribbean Sea, there are a country, there are people that wants to engage with American people, that wants to create a bridge of love, and no bridge of war, of bomb, no bombs. Send of love that will retribude you with most love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We are deeply honored to be here and participating in this beautiful event. For us, it's a great honor to be receiving this proclamation in the name of our country. And I see so many beautiful people here, people that represent the working class, people that represent friendship, that represent connections between our nations. Unfortunately, the political situation between our countries isn't the best, but there is always something that we can do, There is always a little thing that we can do for having friends among nations. We're neighbors. And I see the friends from SEIU, which has been for many years helping the Cuban people and passing resolutions against the Cuban embargo and against the terrorist designation. Because at the end of the day, it's about human beings. It's about friendship. It's about peace. It's about promoting, values that are good for all of us. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. City Clerk, how much time do we have left? All right. From her reaction, I gather that we've used our time for the presentation, but we have so much more work to do, and I want to thank the City Council for standing solidly with Cuba here. So give them a round of applause. So thank you so much.
We have one speaker, Mark Wasberg. Mess it up.
Cuba is a communist country. This is why they don't have nothing. It's the government that takes everything, takes their food, their housing, their health care. This is why the United States is not sponsoring Cuba. I said, some of you people flunked your history class. Doesn't matter all the money you could pump into Cuba, the government's going to take it. That's what communism is. And these stupid people come up here and praise communism and hate. This is how stupid you people are. We got communism right in our country. It's called the Democratic Party and the RPA. This is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You don't want to tell the truth, do you? All you want to hear is come up here and tell all your lies and lies and lies, try to make the people feel good. I said, Cuba will never be free because you got a bunch of commies running it. See, this is how stupid you people are. And look at this idiot mayor you got over here, waving a little queer flag. If you like the gay people so much, wouldn't you become a gay? Huh? This is how stupid he is. All he is an anarchist. don't believe in anything but RPA, go to Cuba and see how these people live. They have no health care. They got health care code by the government. That's why they don't have nothing, dummy. So once you go and live there for at least a couple of years, and then you'll know, because all the food and everything else is taken by the government. Well, once you ask Russia for all that stuff to help Cuba, once you ask Red China, they're communist. We don't have to go ahead and support communism, right? They have no freedom. The schools are a disaster, the healthcare disaster, because of their government and their dictators. Stupid.
Our next item is open forum. And during open forum, this is an opportunity to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar. And for the record, item 09A, and that's the cooperative cost pool agreement that has been continued to June 17th. You can comment on items that remain on consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. If there's anyone that's joining us online that would like to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time. And as a reminder, if anyone is here for the public hearing, that will be coming up next after we conclude approval of the consent calendar. Right now, we have 14 in-person speakers. And the speakers, when I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium so that we can move through open forum quickly. Cordell Hindler, Cheryl Mayer, Kia Walton, Mark Walsberg, Jose Abastida, Henry Powell, Isaac Martinez, Caitlin Kasser, Alden Hogan, Angela Cox, Rock, Jamin Purcell, Kathleen Sullivan, and our last in-person speaker will be Jeff Shozy.
Yeah.
Cordell?
Yeah. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Hindler, and I am a concerned resident. So after watching the council meeting last Tuesday, I thought Vice Mayor Cepeda did a wonderful job, facilitating the meeting. But one of the things that I did notice is that, there were 7 items on one agenda, and I think that's unfair. To me, if you want to get through the entire meeting before 11 o'clock, there should be a cutoff point, because I was so mortified that I saw 7 items, and I said, but one thing I was glad about is that Councilmember Bonner moved up the agenda-based presentation to be moved up. I think that was very accommodating, so that's one. Then the second thing I just passed around is there was an article I seen in the Richmond Standard regarding the Salesian College Prep when they had their service day. I think they should be acknowledged, because what other schools in West County has done this type of volunteerism? So I'm thinking that at a later time is that they should be acknowledged. So I think a proclamation would be appropriate. So I'm thinking somewhere around September would be accommodating. So that's just food for thought. So I'm asking that the council should be agendized at a later time, because these students have done a wonderful job. They picked up trash, they did cleanups, they work with animal shelters. They should be acknowledged. So I'll just leave it at that. So I'll pass my time on to the next speaker.
Cheryl Mayer?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Madam City Manager, members of the City Council, my name is Cheryl Mayer, and I've been a resident of the City of Richmond since 1976. For about 45 years, I've worked both for the City of Richmond and with the City of Richmond in a number of projects, primarily in employment training, human services, community services, parks and recreation. So I've given a lot to the city, and I've gotten more from the city than the city has gotten from me. But I've never done anything so monumental as Pogo Park and the Harbor 8 Park. The Harbor 8 Hall and the Harbor 8 Park is going to be another jewel in the crown of the City of Richmond. It is going to be for all the community, for children, youth, and families, and I'm really in support of the city cementing its relationship with Pogo Park by awarding $3 million to close the gap and allow us to open this park this summer. I'm hopeful that you will give consideration to something that is almost completed. where you can actually close the gap and be the ones who really take some credit for everything that Pogo Park has done, including raising millions and millions of dollars, including Unity Park, Elm Street Play Lot, which is Pogo Park 1, and now Harbor 8 Park. So please give solid consideration to this request and award $3 million to Pogo Park. Thank you.
Kia Walton.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Kia Walton. I grew up in Richmond, California. I love Richmond. I am also an employee of Pogo Park, and I'm really grateful to be able to speak here tonight. We do need a beautiful, public, vibrant green space. We do need the park for the importance of just community for our community members, and to continue the 18-year partnership that Pogo Park has had with the city. We know that we need a space of that caliber, but I actually want to speak today to the safety that's being provided by Harbor 8. Harbor 8 Park is at the nexus of three communities, Santa Fe, Coronado, and Iron Triangle neighborhoods. And the Iron Triangle neighborhood is an SB 535 classified disadvantaged community. Now, about 20 to 30 years ago, it was predominantly Black. Fast forward to today, it's predominantly Latinx. And according to the national agenda, that means that these people still don't matter. It's important that we provide for our own and recognize that it will not just be a space for connection, but a space for safety. The Community Resilience Center will be housed at Harbor 8 Park. It will serve 15,000 Iron Triangle residents. It is the only one in Contra Costa County. It will have 2 emergency generators, an industrial kitchen, and it comes with a working emergency plan that includes resident training, emergency backpack distributions, a block captain system for communication, and radios that connect to safety information from the county, city, and the nation. We understand that these communities are the same ones that in the best of times are left behind, forgotten, and allowed to perish during natural disasters. We have an opportunity to fund $3 million to finish a park that's going to be beautiful, but also a haven for safety in an environment where we know is going to become more perilous as time passes. Natural disasters are real, and we have a real opportunity to fight that and protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in a kind of a iffy spot here because we will be talking budget. So you can advocate for projects, but once you start talking about budget, then that moves that conversation to the agenda item that deals with the budget. So you know, I let you have your say because you were doing really well until you mentioned the $3 million that you want to move, that you want council to move towards that project. So
that was my misunderstanding, Mayor. My apologies. I can strike the number from the record, but all other facts withstanding, please
yeah.
do the thing.
And I was basically saying it as a warning to other people who will be coming up to speak, so that other people don't mention the budget unless they want to do it during the budget conversation.
Understood. Thank you for the
Thank you.
information. Thank you so much.
Mark Wassberg.
This Saturday at CoBiz, they're having a gun violence event, and it should turn out pretty good. And if I have a chance, I might be able to show my documentary I made about the violence in Richmond. A lot of murders and hate and blood and shootings and beatings. You'll see the Richmond PD in action chasing drug dealers around the city. You'll have a chance to see the Black Crime Summit in 2004, State of Emergency in 2005, 10 City 2006 and 7, Operation in 2010. See, a lot of people forgot about this. And I'm the only one that was out there filming all this between 2004 and 2010. Councilman Brown's seen my documentary because I don't know if she's going to speak on it. Like I told her, just put in a little couple words saying you like the documentary, and hopefully I could show it at the after the event. So it should be a pretty good thing. The reason why the violence is down, the homicides are down, because the gangsters out there killing each other out. That's what they did. 95% of the violence was in the Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and South Side, in the black neighborhoods. That's where it was all at. This is why you had Andre Shoemake, Featherstone, Henry Washington, all these other reverends and ministers was out there preaching to stopping the violence, especially the shooting at the church. Oh, I got that too, at New Gethsemane Church, or Pastor Levias. I'm sure some of you people remember that, when these three young teens walked in there and started blasting, and two people, I think 2 or 3 people was wounded. I got all that stuff, so it should be a pretty good event, and hope you can come out and see it.
Jose Albastida.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jose Luis Abastida, and I'm with SCIU 1021. I'm not here to talk about an agenda item. I'm actually here to show you something. Please take a look in front of you. City workers, raise your hand. This is what I came here to show you today. I am proud to stand here with the city workers as we enter bargaining in the city of Richmond. I am here to tell you that the workers are the heart of the city, and the workers deserve everything that's coming to them. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day, Council.
Henry Powell. Henry Powell.
Good evening, Mayor and all the City Council members, everybody that's here. My name is Henry Powell. I've been working for the city for like 15 years, going on 15 years. I started in abatement, progressed my way through departments, went to the paving department, became an equipment operator, and now I'm over here at the Richmond Marina as the maintenance lead worker. And Richmond is a lovely place, really a nice place to work, but it can look a whole lot better. And we work very hard out here. But there's one thing that I would like you guys to consider, really everybody out here would like you to consider, is bringing back the spray program. Because we're out here on our hands and knees, hand pulling weeds. The weeds are all over the medians, the parks, and it would help us a lot if you guys would just consider bringing the spray program back. And that's all I have to say.
Isaac Martinez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Isaac Martinez. I'm gonna be quick though. So I work for traffic signs and lines in the street department. I'm sure y'all done seen me before in the streets, and it's negotiation time right now. So I came to ask y'all for better language in our contract, and I'm here to tell y'all that we do need more personnel. I came here, 3-4 years ago and said the same thing. We need more money and we need more personnel. It don't make no sense. I got a 6-man crew, and we ain't taking care of just the marina. We taking care of the whole Richmond, from Castro Ranch all the way to Point Melody up to the Panhandle. We doing all this work, but we not getting what we feel like should be given to us. Like, it's hard to even raise a family. It's hard to come to work and work your butt off. Don't mind my language. Work your butt off and watch people get injured because of lack of help. So that's what I'm asking for, more personnel to be put into these crews. And not just with the street department, with parks, they got all these parks to take care of. And we've been bringing it up over and over how we need more personnel. We try to be as efficient as we can to take care of this beautiful city, but it's hard when we don't got the help that we need, the equipment that we need. So that's why when we come into this negotiation that we have, we're asking for things that we actually need. Y'all can meet us halfway, however y'all want to do it, but it's definitely needed. It's not just going to help us, it'll help y'all too. Less people injured, less people calling out, less people quitting. And also the turnaround rate. We don't want maintenance aides all the time that come in, got to get retrained again and retrained again. We want efficient, cognitive people that come to work like real workers that could stay here and represent this city year after year after year after year. Not just coming in for a minute and going somewhere else because the pay is better or because the help is better. We need people that are coming here and do the job and love this city how we do. That's all that we asking right now. So please, take heed to what we asking of you in this negotiation and think about where it's coming from. Y'all see us work. We the ones at the bottom And we see the people at the top getting hired and rehired and more positions. We asking for a few more positions where we at so we could do the work to the best of our abilities. That's all we asking. All right.
Caitlin Kasser.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Catalin Kaiser, and I first came to work in Richmond in 2008, and I fell in love with the city, and I moved here in 2009. And since then, I've given lots of my time and energy and skills and love to the city because it's truly an amazing city. And there's many things I feel really proud of about this city, including you guys. I'm really proud of the city council. You brought tears to my eyes earlier. There's something that I'm not proud of the city about. And I'm not proud of the city as an employer. And I became an employee of the city a year ago, part-time employee at the library. I found that there was no way to get more hours, and I found that there were lots of other part-timers who had multiple other jobs to try to make ends meet. Then last month I got another part-time job at the city, and I found out that I couldn't have two part-time jobs to try to make a living. I had to give up one to take the other. And I don't know how many other city staff like me rely on food stamps and public health, but it's a shame. When there's work to be done, there's willing people to do it with skills and passion for the city. So I don't know how many of those new hires that were up there are part-timers, but the way the city hires part-time people, doesn't pay benefits, we can't get by. It's something I'm ashamed of, but I love this city. Try to find a way to be a good employer, please. Thank you.
Aiden Hogan. Alden, Aiden?
My name's Aiden.
Okay, Aiden.
Yeah, no worries. Good evening, council members, mayor. My name's Aiden. I've been an electrician, a union electrician for Alameda County, Contra Costa County as well for over a decade. I've worked on many large projects and recently had the pleasure of joining the team here at the electrical department in October of last year. Sorry about that. I think when people think of public safety, they typically think of firefighters and police. They don't tend to think of signals, fire alarm, battery backup, emergency lighting systems. Most of these things are things we take for granted because they're working most of the time. And I think a lot of the systems that really are crucial, that need to work when there is an emergency, are things that we don't notice are in bad health until it's too late, like egress lighting, right? Power goes out, there's an earthquake, people are rushing out the doors. If the emergency lighting doesn't work, people get crushed, they die. I'm personally very passionate about safety and electrical. I know multiple people that have passed away in my trade, and I came to this city and took a $20 pay cut because I live here and I want to build this city, and it's very rewarding for me to do that. There's not a lot of people in my union that would, take a $20 pay cut to work for the city they live in. I wish there were more, but they're just not. And we need smart people in our electrical department, and you're not going to get that if you're not paying an effective wage.
Angela Cox.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council. My name is Angela Cox, and I work for the library here in Richmond. I am the last of probably a dying breed, and I say that because I'm in my 39th year of employment here with the city of Richmond. Originally, I came here to stay for 4 years because I feel like you start to see the cracks and the less desirable parts about being somewhere after 4 years. But I'm still here. I'm here and I bought a home. I'm a taxpayer. I love serving these citizens. I love serving the library. I love serving all of you. We are one of the last few affordable places that people can bring their children to be enriched and entertained at no cost to them because their parents pay taxes. But I have seen over the years that we are doing more with less. There were many more people that worked for the library when I first came here to work for the city of Richmond. It is a hard task now, and we're doing the job of all of those people, but we're not being compensated the same way those people are through our contracts. We love the city. We want to stay with the city. I believe, as a citizen and as a resident, that this city deserves more. And my taxes are here. And I would encourage you to come through with a contract that reflects all of that. Thank you.
Rock. Our next speaker is Rock. Rock?
What?
Rock. Is Rock here? Jamin Purcell.
I would like to thank everybody who was able to attend Richmond Rainbow Pride on Sunday. I would like to thank the mayor and the vice mayor. We really did have people from all over the city, from every district attending. It was a beautiful event. I would like to thank our city manager, Ms. Curl, for coming out, making sure that we were able to raise the flag and be able to make sure that everybody felt like they were included and a part of the tapestry that is the beautiful city of Richmond. I would also like to really give a special shout out to some of the organizations like Rich City Rides, Urban Tilt, but as well to Officer Patchen and Stewart, who actually came on their days off from RPD as well. We had the Richmond Fire Department showing their support. I also want to say that we had some really special allies, and those are from the library, from Public Works, and from the Recreation Department. Literally without them, we don't think that we would be able to have such a successful event because they are really part of what makes our event happen. But as well, I also need to make sure that I mention our board members of Lito Wilson, BK Williams, Ashley Scarborough Gonzalez, Lynn Sugahari, Joey Smith, Dejenya, and as well, I just really want to say that, like, honestly, these events, they're very important, but they do not happen without our city staff. The city staff that not just makes sure that everything is safe, but also make sure that all of our community is incorporated in, whether it's through announcements through our libraries, newsletters, or whether it's from the city manager's amazing newsletter, which everybody should subscribe to. But I really do appreciate how much our city does for us and the city of Richmond. And so I want to say thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Sullivan, and followed by Jeff Shoji.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name's Kathleen Sullivan, longtime resident of the City of Richmond. And I'm here actually to give you a little bit of a reminder of a very important issue to this city, and that was something that was brought to you and you made an action decision on April the 1st, and that was about our legacy businesses here in Richmond that were inadvertently impacted by the zeal of the city to shut down the fast train that was moving around smoke shops that were appearing on every corner of our city. And in the zeal to bring a stop to that, licenses were withheld from about 50 plus businesses in this town that were not the culprits of all of that. And as a result, we came and spoke actually more than one time, but on April 1st, you made the recommendation to city staff that they were supposed to put together a list of what was defined as legacy businesses. These are businesses that have been in this town for decades, have not been the ones that were the problem in this town, reissue their licenses so that in the case of several that I'm working with, that they don't lose their businesses completely. And you say, why would they lose their businesses? Some of these are franchises, and franchises that mandate that they have license with City of Richmond, not their business licensed, but their tobacco license. Otherwise, they will take their franchises. That's a real situation. I have sent documents to members of the council. I have communicated this. This was supposed to have already happened. You said you wanted something back within 30 days. We're now at, what's the date today, in June? This directive was made April 1st. We still have businesses that are in fact at risk right now.
Your time has expired.
Please address this.
Jeff Shoji, and our last speaker will be Claudia Jimenez.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. Jeff Shoji, Richmond resident. I was at Walgreens and then later Safeway today looking for some toiletries and whatnot. When I got to the aisle, literally every single product was locked behind a security barrier. And when an attendant came to unlock the toilet paper and mouthwash, they literally escorted me to the register. No detours, that was it. I've been away for a few years, so I was not prepared for the magnitude of late-stage capitalism I was seeing. Stores locking up certain products is nothing new, but this is insanity. We have been long preparing ourselves to become numb to it. This isn't about criminals looking to get rich from others. This is about people wanting to have soap, aspirin, and deodorant who can't afford it. The City of Richmond has a role to play in solving these problems, but these problems are much bigger than one city can manage. But some of you at the dais may one day hold higher office or be behind closed doors with those who do. Statistically speaking, it will be those who are most willing to compromise their values and take money from corporate suits that got us here in the first place. Either way, I hope you will look around at the everyday desperation on our streets and draw a line, anywhere. And the line should be about returning wealth and prosperity and opportunity to everyone. People shouldn't have to steal to have soap and aspirin. Also, what they all said. Thank you.
Claudia Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a shout out to the Community Crisis Response Director, Michael Romero. I just wanted to thank everybody who was involved to save the life of a man who was in the PG&E pole for 36 hours. So thank you to the police department, to the fire department, to the sheriff, 8-3. And very special thank yous to Sam Bunk, the Director of Office of Neighborhood Safety, and Michael Romero, the Director of the Community Crisis Response ROC, that were able in 4 hours, like Michael Romero was there, and in 4 hours was able to get the men, to convince the men to get to a safe space. I want also to thank Chief Simons, who understood and collaborate really closely with Michael Romero to make sure that the police give a space and don't cause stress, more stress to the men that was up in the pole, and so that Michael Romero could do the job of talking to him and really convincing him. And this is what it shows, what the importance of having a community crisis response program in our community. Having a person like Michael Romero, who rock also, that had the passion, the compassion, and the skill, the proper skills to really engage with a person who was in a mental health stress situation, and to bring that person safe down. This is what we had been leading here to find alternatives to
Your
safety.
time has expired.
So thank you so much.
Excuse me. We have a protocol, and council members seem to forget that when we speak at a public forum, we are supposed to do it at the podium and not from the dais. So, you want to do it again? Go ahead. Oh, no, your 2 minutes is up. Anyway, so in the future, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Okay,
you know,
thank you.
But yeah, so in the future, if council members have comments during open forum, to please do it from the dais. I mean, from the podium.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and we have one online speaker.
Linda Whitmore, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Linda Whitmore, and I am the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council and a longtime resident of the City of Richmond. I'm here speaking in support of the efforts of Pogo Park. Living in the Santa Fe neighborhood for years, I can't even remember how many years, we have not had a community center in our neighborhood. The Martin Luther King Center was destroyed, and for years we've been trying to get that center rebuilt. There's a possibility of it happening, but it won't happen for another number of years. In the meantime, Pogo Park will be a benefit to our community as well as the Iron Triangle, a place where residents in the Santa Fe neighborhood can go and attend different events there and use the community center. So I would hope that the City Council will take that into consideration and support the efforts of Pogo Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker online.
Our next item is to approve the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item 09A, Cooperative Cost Pool Agreement with Richmond Rent Board, has been removed from consent calendar, not removed, but continue to June 17th, and will not be a part of this vote.
I move the consent calendar.
And we have a second from Councilmember Brown.
Councilmember Brown, how are you voting?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is public hearing. And that's item Q1. And it's to hold a public hearing where the city will present information on the status of vacancies in the city's recruitment and retention efforts in 2024. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We do have in-person speakers.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. Today I present to you the 2024 Vacancy Report. CRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? Today I present to you the AB 2561 presentation. It is our report on vacancies, recruitments, and retention efforts in 2024. Next slide. The agenda will consist of the citywide information, workforce information, recruitment information, vacancy data, retention information, obstacles and efforts to address recruitment and retention. So workforce information, and before I start, I would like to just let you know that AB 6.1 is legislature, which states that public agencies must report on our vacancies on an annual basis. So that is the reason for this report. There's specific information that must be in the report, which was defined in the agenda. And so we will continue with the PowerPoint. So in 2024, we had 808 FTEs, and they were spread out over all of our departments. These are our recruitment status. We reviewed 6,437 applications. We added 55 new positions. We established 90 employment lists. We hired 112 people, and we promoted 65 employees. This is a recruitment process overview, again, a requirement of AB 2561. The recruitment process starts with a vacancy being created either through employee separation, retirement, a newly budgeted position, or internal movement. The department creates a recruitment requisition, which is done through our Tyler Munis system. We then work with the department to determine the recruitment type, if it will be a promotional recruitment, an open recruitment, or an open continuous. We then will post the job to our website as well as our many networks. Our recruitment strategy may be specialized based on the type of classification or the job market. Once we receive the applications and the announcement is closed, the analyst will screen the applications to determine if the applicants meet the minimum and desired qualifications. Next slide. Next, a hallmark of all civil service recruitments is the examination. All of our recruitments must have an examination component. And so candidates will either pass a written, an oral, or a practical skills assessment. Thereafter, the employment list is established. Interviews are held at the departmental level. A conditional job offer is issued. Once the candidate passes the background process, then we issue the final job offer. Next slide. This is an overview of our vacancy information over 2024. As you can see, we started out the year at 753 budgeted FTEs, but in the fall, in October, you see that there was an addition of 23 positions, which significantly increased our FTEs. Thereafter, there were additional positions added, which brought us to our total of 808 FTEs. And that left us at an average vacancy rate of 18%. Next slide. And this is a breakdown of the vacancy rate by bargaining unit. Our executive management vacancy rate is 17.6%. And again, this is as of 2024. As you can see, mid-management has one of our highest vacancy rates at 24.6. General employees is at 16.4. Fire management, which is a very small unit, experienced 28.3%, but again, there are a very small number of employees in that unit. And then police management, 2.1, and part-time, 9.0%. Next slide. And this is a pie chart of the vacancies, the reasons why they were created. 55 newly budgeted positions were added. 38 vacancies were created through internal promotion. 1 vacancy was created by a transfer, and 85 of the vacancies were created by a separation. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the 55 positions that were added to position control. Most of them correlated directly with City Council initiatives and directives. 9 positions were added for ROC. Various public works positions were added, including gardeners, groundskeepers, maintenance workers, and tree trimmers as part of our city beautification efforts. Transportation planners were added as part of the traffic calming initiative. We also added several non-sworn positions in the police department, including crime scene technicians, parking enforcement representatives. Code enforcement received additional code enforcement officers, and in the port, there was a CIP manager. Next slide. And so this is a breakdown of our 85 separations from city service. 24 retired people went on to the next chapter of their lives. 42 resigned, 16 were involuntary, and other would be 3. And that 3 would define people that were either laid off or may have passed away while they were in city service. Next slide. And so these are some of the obstacles that we identified. Many of them are historical, but they have lasting impact on our recruitment efforts. COVID-19 is the pandemic that will not go away. Under previous city administration, efforts for recruitments were paused for at least 1 year and then were gradually resumed. That impacted the inventory of employment lists that we had and the ability to fill vacancies as they occurred. Also, there was the Great Resignation. You may have heard of that before, but following the pandemic, people were making choices. They were making life choices to leave employment, either to explore other opportunities, to retire, or for other personal reasons. The city underwent a time of unstable leadership. Over the past 7 years, there were 5 city managers. KCRT, my slide disappeared.
We can see it.
Okay, I will continue on the written. There were 5 city managers, and in addition, there were also 5 HR directors. The city lost several key personnel during this time frame, which impacted our operations and necessitated a focus on maintaining service for the community while addressing staffing gaps. In addition, human resources underwent significant changes. We lost a good amount of our workforce through retirement and resignation, layoffs. It put us in the position where we had to upskill and train existing staff in order to keep city operations and recruitment efforts going. And also there's the highly competitive market. The city was not alone in the efforts to fill hard to fill vacancies. Positions such as engineer were extremely difficult. Police officer vacancies were also difficult, and that was the trend throughout the market. So those efforts definitely impacted our ability to fill vacancies quickly, and we had to find creative ways to do the recruitment process. Next slide. So the city routinely evaluates our policies, procedures, and recruitment efforts to pinpoint possible barriers within the hiring process. Some of the modifications that we made is that we strengthened our recruitment efforts. We brought ourselves into the new century with digital media campaigns for police, fire, and communications dispatcher, which was aimed at attracting a diverse applicant pool, particularly targeting residents of the city of Richmond. We created new tools for onboarding, new hires. A recruitment and onboarding website was launched to give our hiring manager centralized access. We started the rollout of components in our operating system to simplify the onboarding, training, and evaluation process, thereby improving efficiencies. We also, with your support, enhanced parental leave benefits, and we thank you for allowing us to provide that benefit to our employees. We updated essential policies, including the family, medical, and pregnancy leave, reasonable accommodation, to ensure that we are in compliance and allow the City of Richmond to be accessible and supportive workplace. We also have hiring pipelines. We created partnerships with Civic Spark and Richmond Promise through our Youth Works program to hire students, to create a pipeline to full-time employment. And also we reviewed and assessed all of our job descriptions to remove barriers and expand minimum qualifications to increase our opportunities to create a robust employment pool. Next slide. Our employees are our most valuable asset. As someone stated, they are the heart of the city. So retaining talent continues to be our priority as we focus on employee engagement. wellness, professional development, recognition, and transparent communication. We have a comprehensive training initiative in which we are creating an institute to upskill and to train employees in professional development, which will facilitate their growth, thus enabling them for growth opportunities. We opened 19 promotional recruitments last year, providing opportunities for our employees for advancement and to tap into the internal talent that we have here at the city. We organize facilitation and team building activities for our departments to foster a supportive and unified atmosphere. We revitalized our wellness program, focused on seminars, fitness challenges, complementary wellness applications, and the establishment of peer support and critical incident debriefing program for our sworn and sworn adjacent personnel. And of course, our favorite is the employee engagement and appreciation. We launched employee engagement activities such as the Rosiegram, which encourages peer support and to recognize our peers as well as the people that we work with every day in a simple manner, and also the reinstatement of the service award program to honor employees' milestone anniversaries at our all-employee recognition event. Next slide. And this is just a few photos of our appreciation events. Throughout the year, we have organized several, including the Italian ice truck, holiday sweater coffee cart, and the Valentine's Day coffee cart, which really were a big hit. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, if the council has any clarifying questions, Councilmember Jimenez raised her hand.
Thank you so much. I would like to have I have two questions. One is, you presented the vacancy rate for last fiscal year, like month to month, kind of like a rate of 18%, more or less. It will be good for the council, I believe, to have at least, since we had more stability with the city manager, what has been every year, like at least like the last 4 years, what has been the vacancy rate for that. And then I think I am going to ask this question also in the budget, but I think like it will be good to ask here is what had been the savings that had occurred with this vacancy rate. And then I said that I had two questions, but I just have other more. I think I also asked, I had been asking several times that we can have a more complete list of not only each position in each department and what is the vacancy of, and then the classification, how many, so we know where we are, because it's, I think like the information only by department is a little hard for me to make conclusions about it. And also, what is the status of the recruitment process? Like adding another column that says this, that kind of like tells us more information about where we are in the hiring process for each of these vacancies. So we know how actively or not we are hiring personnel. And then the last part, and I will stop here, is also, I think like you mentioned, you have a chart with kind of like the people who or either retired or had left. It will be good to have a presentation of like, as you hire, how many people are leaving, right? Like as you hire, like if you hire 9, are, are we filling position or we are losing 9 again, and so then we will be in the same place. So we can see with that is I would like to have this information to see the progress of how we are actually filling the vacancies, because we approved the budget with a number of positions, and we want to see how the progress is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, a lot of these questions will require time and research to answer. I don't think now is the time to provide the answers. Otherwise, it would just be guesswork. So, Councilmember Bana?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, why is this a hearing? Why not just a report?
Because the law designated as a hearing.
Yes. So I'm obligated by AB 2561, which is a law. It's an assembly bill, which states that public agencies must give an annual vacancy report in conjunction with the budget. This is the first year that we have had to do it, so it's new for all of us. But it must take place before you adopt the budget, and it must be done in a public hearing format. So that is the reason that I brought the report to you at this time.
Appreciate it. It's new to me, so thank you for clarification. 2 quick questions. Do we have a mechanism to receive feedback from the public in terms of their level of satisfaction with different services or different departments, so we can see if there is a need for more employment in certain sections or departments?
Yes, the email communication with the link to the community survey that was provided is that mechanism, and it's a longitudinal data survey.
I'm sorry, when was it done and how many people responded?
We sent it to you via email based on your inquiry.
I'm sorry, I'm totally confused. What are you talking about? Could you explain?
Sure, and we'll follow up again in case it was inadvertently missed. There's a longitudinal data set for a community survey that it's distributed based on scientific methods to members of the Richmond community. After the scientific method period closes, any member of the public can respond, and that information is always presented to City Council in the event that the City Council would like to use it to help inform policy decisions.
Okay.
I'd be happy to have staff go over it with you offline.
Definitely. I'd like to know how many people received it, how many people responded.
Absolutely, it's all in
how
the,
much
it's,
about
yeah, all, the past reports are all available via eScribe in the city's agenda software.
Yeah, please share it with me. Thank you. And do we have any feedback from people who leave the city?
We did start tracking that probably around mid-year. We had a questionnaire that we would send out, and we would also do an exit interview. We have since automated that information, but I can give you an overview of the information that we did receive. Most people left, they did leave for another job. Others left for personal pursuits or other reasons. Other people retired. Anecdotally, a lot of people left to find a job that was closer to their home. I received that a lot because of the commute here in the Bay Area. Other people left for professional growth and opportunities in other agencies. So those were what we understood to be the feedback that we received. We should have a better body of information at our next report for next year.
Excellent, thank you. And the data you provided at the beginning of your presentation regarding positions, were they for full-time or part-time or combined?
Most of those positions are full-time. There are some positions that may be part-time, like a permanent part-time position, which receives a salary and benefits, so they may have been included in the number.
Okay, and in terms of the vacancies, you only look at the vacancies created. But, for example, Office of Emergency Services, I received many emails from residents that they need more staff? Do you count it in it? How could it be added to vacancies?
So there is a process. The city council has oversight over position control. So if the city manager who oversees the city organization will provide a recommendation to add additional positions to position control, and then it's brought before you for approval.
Okay, thank you, that's it. Oh, last question, actually, one more. I didn't see anything about the student interns. I wonder if we do hire student interns, especially in collaboration with Richmond Promise.
We do hire student interns. That is one of the pipelines that I stated earlier in the presentation. We hire quite a few admin student interns. They're not reflected in the FTEs because they aren't full-time employees, but we have hired several into full-time positions and have created an incubator of sorts for the students that are interested in working in public agencies.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
I want to start by saying thank you for putting together this really clear and informative report. I love it when I can look at the slides and understand them, which is not, you know, this is a great one. So I think you did a really good job presenting complex information in a way we can understand. But my questions. So it looks like the average percentage of vacancies at the end of every month in 2020, is it the whole year? It was the year of 2024, was 18%. So thank you for reporting that. What was the assumption? I know we build an assumption about vacancy rates into the budget. Do you remember what the vacancy rate assumption was for the 24-25 budget?
6%.
6%. Okay. So I'm not supposed to opine. I'm just supposed to ask questions during this hearing. So that's a different number. And so kind of looking at the numbers of vacant positions. So also on that same slide, I can see that there's between 120 and 165 vacant positions every month during that year. And you talked about the role of creating new positions as one reason why that number stays relatively high. One of my questions, though, is for each of those positions, and this isn't a number that I'm expecting you to have available, but I guess I'm asking for it as part of the budget process, is if you can come back with a report of, and 2024 is, a great year to look at, is for each month, for those vacancies, how many of those vacancies, reached, and I also love the slide where you tell us the stages of hiring. How many, if I look at January, of those 120 vacancies, I'd be curious to know how many of the 120 got to step 2, which is department submits a recruitment requisition. And I'm especially curious to see, month by month for vacancies, how many of the vacancies get to the job posting level, because I've seen the city website, and I don't think we've ever had 120 job listings on the website. So I know there's some mechanism here. And then what I sort of, again, if tonight's talk about this, let's do it, or if it's a budget talk, is then how does the city decide if we're not going to post 120 jobs or 165 jobs? What's the criteria for deciding these we're going to post and these we're going to sort of have on a informal freeze, or I don't know what the terminology is. I assume that's not something you can address, or do you, in terms of the criteria, is there a sort of just at least a indication of how it's decided what moves through the list of steps quickly and what doesn't? Do we have a criteria for that?
I wouldn't say that there is a firm criteria. A lot of it has to do with city council initiative, such as traffic calming. That was a high priority. So those were positions that we established and we tried to fill right away due to the safety aspects. So it really just depends on what the city needs, the organization needs at the time, the community needs, and the direction from city council and the city manager. I can provide additional information regarding the statistics to you, at a later date, and give you more of a fuller answer regarding criteria.
Yeah, and it might be, in addition to sort of what Councilmember Jimenez was saying of wanting to see which classifications have vacancies. I guess I would be interested in seeing too of which job, what classifications don't actually get to the job posting stage. And so not just a number, I guess, but a list would be helpful in us understanding. Because what I hear you say, and I believe, is it's our job to tell you which ones, if we want more things posted, and that'll have economic repercussions, which we would have to, to own and be responsible for. But I appreciate the transparency so we can have that conversation. That's it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Again, it was definitely easy to follow as well. I have a question regarding, and I think you sort of alluded to it when you spoke about the position control, but is there a set time frame a vacant position can exist? And are departments required to justify keeping a position vacant beyond the set period if one does exist?
I wouldn't say that there's a set period. Position control is reviewed on a regular basis. It definitely is reviewed at the time of the budget. So I would say that that is a time that position control is reviewed. But it isn't a firm rule. We're always reviewing it to assess, to see where we need to prioritize what the organization needs, how we can serve the community. So it's an ongoing process.
Okay, so of the 165 vacancies budgeted, how many do we actually need to fill for some of the things that are coming up?
That I would have to do a review. I would have to do an analysis with the city manager and to review all of the positions to be able to say. I don't have that answer, but
Okay.
we currently have about 130 or so vacancies at this point in time. So again, this is from last year.
Okay.
And so that was where we were when we ended at the end of the year.
Okay. And lastly, I see on the slide that we reviewed, that we received about a little over 6,000 applications and hired 112 positions. So of those 112 positions, were those all new hires or were promotions included in that number?
Those were all, let me take a look. I believe those were all new hires. We tend to designate the promotion separately.
Okay.
The promotions do sometimes result in a vacancy, so they feed into the vacancy factor as well. But we tend to
So
do
that
those
number
separately.
was all new hires?
Yes, but
Okay.
I will verify that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Hi. So still trying to understand this whole world of vacancies. So is it correct for me to understand that in our budget, like the budget that we're going to be reviewed tonight, there will be a budget allotment, and by that I mean an amount of dollars that we set aside and earmark in the budget for the total number of positions that we have in position control? Is that correct, or am I
No.
misunderstanding?
No.
Okay, so how many positions do we actually hold budget monies for in a counter budget, and how is that determined?
It depends on a myriad of factors based on the council's policy direction, but if there's policy direction that is provided that has significant fiscal impact, then we have to back into the number of FTEs that we can afford, and then we provide you with a vacancy rate for consideration as one of your assumptions when you adopt the budget. So we back into it.
So if I understand it correctly, we're going into the 25-26 budget year with 130 vacancies, is that correct?
Approximately.
Approximately, because they're always kind of changing. But we're going to hire for some other number than 130.
Correct.
Do we know what that number is?
At this juncture, based on the city council's policy direction, and we'll cover this more when we get to the budget item, depending on what else the council wants to add to the budget, considering that we added 55 positions during the last fiscal year, without touching term revenue, the council would need to consider an 11% vacancy rate.
An 11% vacancy rate translates into how many number of vacancies? I don't.
At this juncture, it depends on the position, right? Because all the positions are different. So when we go through the budget PowerPoint, you'll see that essentially, depending on where the city council shakes out on things, you probably have another 20 positions that you can fill, plus or minus.
20?
Mm-hmm. Maybe, it depends on the level of the position.
So that's 20 or 25, not including positions that somebody retires from, or we didn't expect them to go and then we have to fill that position?
Right, and sometimes when people retire, there's an opportunity to look out how a division or department may be functioning, and if there's a different way that work can be accomplished, or if a position can be split between departments, because we have some positions, for example, that are split between community services and public works, and a myriad of things like that. Or the city council's policy direction changes and we have a part-time position and the council believes that the work may necessitate a full-time employee. So if that happens, then there's a trade-off elsewhere.
Yeah. And so just last question, just still trying to wrap my head around everything. Of these 20 to 25 positions that could be filled in the 25-26 year, these are the things that we designated that we wanted to fill, like the CCRP, like rock positions, and they're already designated. They're not random. They're not any opening, but are there specific?
Correct.
There's specific things,
right.
specific initiatives.
We have been prioritizing per the city council's policy direction and per our MOUs. We've been prioritizing community crisis response, fire, and police and public works. Those have been the primary 4 areas where we've been prioritizing based on the city council policy direction. And prior to that as well, community services to add hours coming out of COVID in the community services departments. So
one, sorry, I know I said that was my last question, but now I have another question that just came in, just the last one for real. Of these 20 or 25, do you know how many would be public works positions?
It depends on how scaling proceeds with the community crisis response program. So we have that's an example where we have the positions open, and depending on how those applications go, that would impact what we can hire in other departments. Like if they have a great group of folks that apply and we can fill all of them immediately, great. Or if the staff want to work incrementally, we defer to the department. And then, so what happens in one department impacts workflows in others, and we all have to work collectively as a team to balance things out.
Okay, well, thank you. I said that was my last question.
Okay, before we continue, I'd like to check with legal department. In these conversations, is it okay to discuss vacancy in particular departments? That seems to be in the area of prioritizing one's interest.
I think the statute is pretty vague about what the appropriate subject matter is. It says we're supposed to discuss vacancies' effect on organization and take public testimony. So I have trouble trying to narrow down what exactly the purpose of all that is, other than to generally explore the subject of vacancy.
And if I may, Mayor, when we get to the budget item, there will be information for the council to discuss. Essentially, that's somewhat duplicative of this, in case the council wants to continue to have the conversation in a different framework.
Right, and it's of my mind that would be the appropriate venue for discussing or advocating for the addition or subtraction of positions, or even the need of positions.
That would certainly be the staff preference.
Good,
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I have similar questions, but I'm going to try to make them a little bit different. Do we have any further data on the resignations? I know we have some high level, but do we, and not everyone might always tell us, but is there a mechanism for individuals to be able to give us maybe some confidential reason why they might be leaving?
We do have a mechanism. We started exit questionnaires around the middle of last year, as well as interviews. We've now automated that, so when a person leaves, we send them the questionnaire automatically and give them the opportunity to, answer honestly as to why they may be leaving, and also they can opt to meet with one of the staff to review the questionnaire. So because of the short time frame that we have in which we collected, we do not have a lot of data, but next year we should have more information to share.
And if I may, Vice Mayor, I would like to thank the community, the Human Resources Department and finance staff for putting this information together. Prior to when we first started working together, there wasn't any data at all. So before the statute, I really appreciate that Sharon and Catherine, Nikki, and members of finance started aggregating this data so that when this requirement came out, they were essentially a step ahead. But we started with nothing. And even the vacancy rate wasn't something that was disclosed and shared with the council as part of the budget. And so we're trying to do the best we can to be transparent. And I really would like to thank staff for doing such a good job in terms of creating a positive work environment and trying to be transparent.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you for that. It's great that we have that data and you already got in front of it, so thank you for that. Are you able to share a little bit about how are we planning the retirements that we know are coming, right? Both retirements and promotions. These are somewhat known knowns. So is there a way to know so we can start hiring before the individuals retire? Maybe they help pass the baton to say, I'm retiring, here's what I've done for the past 40 years, so you can take the next 40.
That is definitely best case scenario. We don't always get advance notice when people are leaving, but in the instances that we do try to encourage the departments to have the person document what they do on a day-to-day basis. There are opportunities to sometimes have some overlap. They aren't always available to us, but we try to, close the gap between when people leave and when we're able to hire if we know in advance. But it is best case scenario to have some overlap, to have some people back, train the person that is coming behind them. It just isn't always possible. But we do encourage departments to do some succession planning. If they know that someone is planning on leaving, through retirement or otherwise, to come and meet with us so that we can start planning a transition plan. So we are actively working on that. Definitely there's room for growth and improvement, but it is something that is the top of our priorities.
And if I may, one of the areas where there's, I would like to commend Chief Osario. That's a good example of where we've worked with the fire department to project the number of staff that they will need, and to, that's how come we came to you and we said, oh, we want to add 8 additional firefighter positions to accommodate an academy, hoping that everyone will get through, or the majority will get through, and then that we would make conditional offers once the academy is finished. So I think that's a good example of where a department has been proactive of working with the city manager's office and HR, and we've been able to ramp up. And so I think that is a new thing that we're doing in the city of Richmond. That is not something that has been done historically. And the idea is to reduce the amount of overtime for sworn personnel, and then also much of which was mandatory overtime, and then also provide a clear pathway to the folks that we're recruiting that we want to retain them.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. My next question is in regards to, leading a little bit on that there, in regards to cost. We only have so much money every year, and we're going to be budgeting it. We put it on staff, we put it on supplies, we put it on whatever it is that we want to use. But there's also a cost associated with vacancies themselves. Are we able to quantify that cost? So overtime, for example, right? We need 10 people, we only have 5 because we could only afford 5, but we're paying overtime, so we're actually paying for 12, but we only have 5. And then those 5 get beat up so much that they leave, so now we're down to 4. Or they get sick. The work-life balance. So I don't know if there's a way to quantify it, because there's a number there that we might be missing. Again, there's only so much money that we can spend. Right? I wish that I can ask you to give me more money and make it up in the print shop in the back, but we can't. So by knowing that, but also just understanding the human aspect of it, is what are we not paying for that is just as important into the numbers, so that we can say by not, and I just said it, by not hiring the people that we need, we're going to be minus other individuals and their livelihood. So you might not have that number yet, but it will be great to see if it's something that we can get in the future, being able to figure out the cost of vacancies.
Yes, Vice Mayor, we can certainly try to do that. There are also, though, some MOUs, though, that have minimum staffing, like in police. So regardless, like we've tried a lot of new recruitment efforts for police and using social media and things like that for the comm center for police and for fire. In those instances, if the recruitments are not successful to the degree that we have vacancies, the MOU require minimum staffing, and so the personnel do have to work. And so in the areas where we have pivoted, for example, and started doing different recruitment methods for parking enforcement, as an example. We used to have 1. Now we have 5. And so that's an example of where there's been some good positive traction and things have turned around. And so overall, I think there has been a lot of positive momentum, and we're on a pathway for continuous improvement. It is difficult, especially since we now have a 2-tier retirement system in California, and so a lot of people are moving to other municipalities if they're at various stages of their career, because the CalPERS system, in some instances, essentially facilitates that, because the amount that they'll get for their pension at a different municipality is the same, versus we used to sort of historically offered a premium.
Okay. Thank you so much. No further questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Very much appreciated. I do have some questions about the material presented. I really appreciate percentages, but they can often be misleading. For instance, if there's 25 people and we're vacant 5 people, we're down 20%. If there's 100 people and we're down 5 people, we're only down 5%. So these percentages can be often misleading. It would be very, very helpful to know how many people are in each of these bargaining units, so that these percentages would be more meaningful. So if you could present that next time we look at this information, it would be much appreciated. And that's actually the only comment that I had. And like Councilmember Wilson said, it's very much appreciated in how you presented the information and made it accessible easily. So I think we have one more question from Councilmember Bana.
1.5 questions. I would hate to bring it up, but with Trump targeting our city and pessimistic forecast of economic outlook, is there a chance to reduce reduce their number of work hours or anything?
Councilmember Bana, can we please take that question up under the budget item, please?
Sure. And the other half question I have, when is a good time to advocate for new position in the Office of Emergency Services?
We are happy to have that discussion under the budget item as well.
Thank you.
So the question period is over, and it is time to open public hearing. This is a new process. This is our first time to do this. So we are going to follow the rules of the regular hearings, but in this case, the people who will have 10 minutes to speak will be the representatives for each of the bargaining units. So everyone else will have up to 3 minutes to speak. So if you can designate who will be speaking for your bargaining unit, they will be the first to speak. So I guess we could begin with top unit under the vacancy information list. That would be the IFPTE Local 25 Executive Management Unit.
Mr. Mayor, our comments are more appropriate for the 3-minute public comment section, so we'll yield our time until then.
Okay,
not
then.
so much yield, it's waive the 10-minute, take the 3-minute.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, and then, so that's for all of the IFPTE?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the next group would be SEIU Local 1021. So you will have 10 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Kevin Tisdale, proud chapter leader, Richmond SEIU. So we want to call attention to the vacancies. But before that, acknowledgement. So I cannot stand here without acknowledging the people, behind me, those online, and the service workers that, serve this community with love, with diligence, and with ultimate gratitude. Because SEIU, if you break that down, service employees. Without employees, there are no service. The community requires service, and we're here to serve them, but without employees backing us up, we can't do that. So another thing, employees equals families, right? Households. Households equals tax dollars, and tax dollars equals sustainability. So when we mention vacancy rates and not hiring, we're not providing jobs, providing opportunities for families, for households, for schools. All these other things, other things are affected by not hiring. So a few things I want to do first is call attention to the city's presentation. And KCRT, I don't know if you want to bring that up, but going to slide 5. Slide 5 and I believe slide 6. The recruitment for your recruitment process and overview. What's not mentioned on there is any soft holds or any hiring freezes. So both of those have been brought up and continuously talked about, but is not either here outlined or in the personnel rules. Get my life together here. Going to slide 7. The general vacancy savings rate is, as of last year, is 18% across a year. The city's budgeting only 6%, so they're saving 3 times as much on the backs of the employees that are here because the work still needs to be done. So again, that's a problem. Slide 9. So we're looking at vacancies, 179 vacancies, and 47% of those are from separation. Another important fact, excuse me. Together. And then going to slide 10. Of those separations, 42 are resignations. So why is everybody leaving? Why is there a higher, 49% of all your 85 separations, which are 42 resignations? What's going on here that people, either can't work, don't want to work, they're too tired, they're too stressed, they're having to separate for, you know, a very high number. So we want to look at the morale and what's going on with the city. And now I'll go to my presentation. So vacant positions. So we got data as of April 30th, there were about 62 full-time and 2 part-time positions vacant in SEIU. And I'll go down a list, and I will be gladly to share this with you on the exact positions that are vacant. Equipment operator, senior library assistant, code enforcement officer, 6, library associate, community intervention specialist, 8, admin assistant, that's a chevron, admin trainee, there's 2 employee in training, comm dispatcher, 1, 2, and 3, multiple positions, maintenance worker, 2, accounting assistant, equipment mechanic senior, administrative assistant, 2 tree trimmers, tree lead worker, parking enforcement rep, facilities maintenance worker, gardener, 2 gardeners, admin trainee in the rent control, office specialist, 3 crime scene technicians, another parking enforcement representative, part-time lifeguard and senior lifeguard. Neighborhood change agent, an ONS, parks and construction maintenance worker, public works, construction inspector, community equipment mechanics lead worker, a workforce specialist, 1 and 2, executive assistant at the port, groundskeeper, workforce. So, I mean, it just goes on and on. This touches everybody across all departments. So this is not just a local issue. And now, what does that mean? What does that equal? That equals, again, SEIU is over $6.2 million for through this fiscal year. But again, as a council member, you asked some great questions. How many years has this gone on? How much savings has the city realized, right? In general, over all bargaining units, it's over almost $19.1 million this fiscal year as of April 30th. So if we push that out a month, that's about $1.5 million a month. That's a lot of money. So when we say why we can't hire, why we're not hiring, you know, positions are there, they're vacant. We have workers, part-time, full-time, across the board who will want, you know, the positions, but why can't we get them? So what does all this mean? These vacant positions mean higher percentage of vacancy means that there's a higher increase of injury. There's a higher effect on the workforce. The responsibilities of the vacant positions, the community is still calling, right? The complaints are still coming. The work is still there, and it's getting done, but it's getting done at a lower efficient rate. And again, on the backs of others that, again, are stressed. You have higher call-in rates, higher injury rates. So if we're trying to save money on one end, we're going to end up spending more money, and you know, on injuries, on burnout, on sick leave. And again, how much does it take? And I don't think HR can quantify this. How much does it take to hire an employee, to get them trained, to get them out, right? That time and effort. But as they leave, you have all that knowledge and all that depth and breadth of work and experience that just walks out the door, goes to the neighboring city, maybe to do a little bit less for a little bit more. But, you know, why couldn't we keep them? Why couldn't we, you know, maintain that service? Here. So the community, the effects on the community, you have reduced quality of service, longer wait times, less access to service, and increased risk and safety concerns to the employees. And again, I go back to soft holds. What is that? It's not defined in the personnel rules. It's a term that's been created, and we don't understand why. Would love to understand why and what that is. The ability of the city. So the city is in a unique position to where it has the ability in reserves, in vacancy savings, and increased revenues to hire employees, okay? 135 vacancies across the board. Yes, we know and we get not every position will be hired, right? You cannot staff the city up totally. We get that. There will be vacant positions, but is it the intent to have vacant positions? Is it the intent to work your workforce out into other cities and break them down? That's the problem that we're getting. So, speaking of retainment, recruitment, and development, so part-time, the part-time members, in the last contract, they didn't get any of the class and comp. So we want to, have that be realized. They need to be adjusted. They need to be brought into the workforce to where they can make a living wage. And a pathway, you would talk about development. How do we develop, use ENT and all these great resources and get them out of the silos to better develop, language or contract language, whatever we need to do to actually put the workforce to work. Okay, and lastly, call to action. So we're here to voice our concerns and hold the city accountable for addressing the chronic understaffing. We're calling on the city leadership to make meaningful investment in its employees, to affect the retainment and retention of SEIU, both full-time and part-time, and my other work colleagues and unions as well. We directly support the service workers, your constituents, and we're out there every day. Now, there's a common theme that goes on. Richmond workers love the city. Right? This is not Beverly Hills. We know, right, we're all trying to raise families, we're trying to do what we do, but we love the city. We love the people in this city, and we love working for the city. And we just want the city to show a little love to us. So, with that, I got 28 seconds, so let me give you a little bit about me. So my story, I'm a code enforcement officer, one of 3 full-time code enforcement officers. I have one other here, and the other one had to go. So, we're responsible for maintaining the blight in all the city. It was 9, now it's 3. 6 vacancies, we're trying to hire. Other departments are just as bad and need your help as well. So with that, you'll hear from all the employees in a little bit, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we will hear from the Richmond Police Officers Association.
Press the button. And then, Ben, you can turn that
Yeah.
so you can see the
Yeah,
timer.
the timer.
Yeah, turn it a little bit.
How are we doing KCRT media presentation? How is that working? For slide presentations that were sent?
I didn't receive the slides. Did you send those directly to Sue Hartman?
I sent it directly to KCRT as directed.
Okay. They should be
Then they
able
should
to
have
bring
it.
your slides up.
Okay. Okay. Awesome.
No, so if the slide presentations,
Yeah, dude. Okay. Anything else I need to do for the screen? Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. My name is Ben Terrio. I'm the president of the Richmond Police Officers Association, the RPOA. Background on me, I'm the vice president of PORAC, which is the statewide Federation of Law Enforcement Organizations. We represent 85,000 members across the state. Obviously, the president of the Richmond Police Officers Association, been the president for 10 years. Have a master's in public administration from the University of San Francisco. And this is our presentation on staff. RPOA, just the background, it's our only bargaining unit for rank and file police officers. All officers and sergeants are members of the RPOA. We elect our own members to represent ourselves of the police department in the city of Richmond. There's over 100 years of law enforcement experience between the board, and they're elected by the voting majority of all officers and sergeants. We have a commitment to public service, well-being of our members. We advocate for officers' wages, benefits, and working conditions, and we believe in fostering a positive relationship between the police force and the Richmond community, which many of our members either are still live here or were once part of and started their lives here. We contribute to community and safety. We invest in programs, community initiatives, and safety programs. We volunteer our time, significant amounts of money to local events, and we all have a deep commitment to ensuring the betterment of the Richmond community. We believe in constructive negotiations between the City of Richmond and the RPOA, ensuring that fair compensation and working conditions for our officers. The mutual goal of our parties is to reach agreements to make sure that officers provide valuable service to the community while maintaining fiscal responsibility, but also expect outcome and negotiation to be benefit and current for future officers and contributing to the recruitment and retention of qualified personnel. We like to address counter misconceptions that often happen in other parts of the United States, and that we're committed to justice, fairness, and community engagement. We also support the legal defense rights of officers, due process for all members, and we're committed to accountability and transparency. We enjoy trust and support from the community, and it's evidenced every year, year after year, by feedback from the Richmond community surveys. We're a hardworking public employment union. These are some of our dedicated heroes right here. Obviously, on staffing, we've been doing more with less. Over the past couple of years, the city of council has commissioned surveys, 2 separate surveys. And both those surveys have come back with a summary of recommended staffing levels that points to needing an increase in the RPOA, our bargaining unit, increase in officers and increase in sergeants. That was done by the Matrix Group and Rafatels. As you can see right here, you have multiple positions that are recommended. And again, these are city surveys paid for, one, introduced by the council, bought and paid for by the residents of Richmond. And again, doing more with less. Our officer count has fluctuated. Obviously, you heard from HR, that's done from a yearly average. But we've had a 5-year decline in police officers. The recommended ratio for police officers in the city is 1.6 to 1,000. But currently, we're operating at about 1.2. And that would be if we were fully staffed at 140, at the allotted 146. We would be at 1.2 per 1,000. RPD funding cuts are well known. 2021, the City Council reallocated, defunded, whatever term you want to call it. It's a play on words, but defunded the RPD budget for community services, but the funding cut and the resulting back and forth decreased officers downsizing specialized units. And that perception of reduced support for RPD led to increased officer departures, with 26 officers leaving in 2021 alone. As of April 25, we have high vacancy rate. Just some showings on previous budget versus current budget. 5 years ago, we had a significantly higher budget FTEs that I'll show in a graph here in a second. Budget cuts drastically reduced our allotted amount of funds for the police department. It allowed for comprehensive staffing and resources in the previous budget. We had adequate officer levels for specialized units. We were basically able to respond and be more of a full service agency. If you look over the past fiscal years going up till that time, it shows at one point we were authorized at 195. And then if you look over, it cascades down to where we're at now at 140, I think we're actually 146. Many of you are aware of the Contra Costa Civil Grand Jury, which did an investigation on the recruitment, retention, issues with staffing for the city of Richmond. It was a very damning report done by the Civil Grand Jury, Raffatellis and Matrix reports, again, sponsored by the city of Richmond. Matrix report recommended an additional 38 patrol officers. Police recruiting and hiring, the limit is challenging. The vacancy rate is still very high. This riding was 23%. The council meeting, the RPD presented an agenda item to offer various incentives to increase lateral hires of sworn officers, including $45,000 bonus to new officers, vacation accrual recognized time spent in previous agencies, $5,000 bonus paid to RPD officers. There's been no follow-up on anything since. Just showing here what other jurisdictions are given. Many are given bonuses to come and work for them. But if you do one thing to bring people in, you need to do something for the folks who are already working here. So that's the retention side of things. Talks about our lack of sufficient field training officers to actually bring new folks in. Talks about Chevron settlement funds. And it lists a number of findings here that I would encourage you all, if you have not read them, to go through them, because they're far more valuable than any 2561 staffing here presentation that we could provide. Consequences of staffing shortages: public safety risks, increased response times, and officer morale decline. Mandatory overtime, and again, the perceived lack of support from the city council has contributed to resignations and retirements. Most people aren't going to fill out some automated thing on their way out the door. But when we talk to people who have gone to other places, it's very simple. The stuff that you guys say up here or don't say matters. People watch this. I have members watching this right now. They're out there working in the street, they're watching from home, listening. So when you guys say things that are consequential to the actions that they do, it does have an effect. I promise you that. These aren't cops from 20, 30 years ago. These people are dialed in and they pay attention. Recruitment challenges. Again, we're not facing this alone, obviously, but everything is local, right? So just because, well, it happens everywhere, it's all across the United States, may be true, but not everywhere. In Fairfield, they don't have a shortage of police officers. They're almost fully staffed. You look around the Bay Area, there's a lot of places like that. We should be just like them. There's no reason why we can't be just like them, but the emphasis has to be put there. The focus has to be put there. And you all, as the policymakers, can make that happen. Staffing services, we want to increase for community services, DUI enforcement, vandalism prevention, foot patrols. People in this city love their cops. They love seeing us. They love seeing us out there. And they want us to respond quickly. Again, can I get my time back, Mr. City Attorney? Just kidding. See a change in FTEs here? Talking about the decrease over the years. Our management team, the number of officers assigned. And again, this is a big point on the bold. It doesn't always include people on injury leave, modified duty, administrative leave, or some of these people are just in field training because they're recruits, they're rookies. So when you're looking at the total number, you're like, wow, you're pretty close to fully staffed. Well, you have to subtract all those people because it's a roving number. This is a look at the Bay Area. Just a few places across the Bay that have different hiring incentives. It's a lot of money because it's the marketplace. Whether you want it or not, whether your ideology supports it or not, human capital is human capital. So what's needed? We need a plan. We need a good contract. I left it blank because they told me I couldn't talk about it, but the city hasn't put anything across the table, so that doesn't really matter. expected benefits, increased opportunity and services for the city, reduced overtime. The working cops of RPD, thank you.
That's your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Richmond Police Office, the Richmond Police Management Association. No one here? In that case, the International Association of Firefighters.
I believe that's the SEIU and RPOA are
Okay.
the only ones.
All right, then. In that case, we'll move on to the 3-minute speakers. And since we don't have your names listed, maybe you should just line up so that you can.
I have speakers.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right,
Speakers
thank
are Cordell Hindler, John Varga, Lok Sakona, and Yvette Williams.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henley, and I'm a Richmond resident. And by the way, the City of Clayton is presenting on this item too. So thank you, Sharon, for this presentation. But one of the things that I don't think it was mentioned, because when I was looking at this presentation, one of the things that I am concerned about is is the recruitment. So one of the things that I thought of was we are paying consultants this amount of money. And so I'm thinking hey, why don't we let them do the recruitment? Because they worked with the City of Richmond before on recruitment. And so that's just something that I was thinking about, recruitment, we're paying consultants this amount of money. So that's one thought. And then the other thing is, because when I looked at my own analysis, I looked at similar job classifications, and at the time, they used to have typewriters and things of that nature, but we're living in a digital age, so typewriters don't even exist no more. So that's one component. But the one thing I do like is then having a partnership between Richmond Promise and YouthWorks. I think that's very component because we have a lot of talent in our youth. So I do like this concept, but I'll just leave it at that. Yes.
John Varga.
Oh, hey, how you doing? All right. Good evening, all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I want to say thank you again to not just our presenters, but the staff that put all of this together. A lot of work went behind the scenes to make this presentation possible, and I want to say thank you very much to both those up front and those behind you. Based on the presentation that we saw this evening, it's pretty clear that there are any number of reasons why these vacancies exist, but I think we can narrow them down to a few. Certainly, there's going to be unfillable vacancies based on not enough candidates, perhaps not the right candidate. There's also vacancies created by turnover, although I wrote turnover down here, but turnover suggests that someone's getting hired into the position after the person leaves, right? So these aren't really turnovers. These are people leaving and we're not filling the vacancies. And then the third one, and I want to thank Councilmember Wilson for pointing it out, is a refusal to fill without sometimes explanation. And you're looking for the word for them. We call them soft holds because that's the word that's been given to us. So we call them when there's clearly a vacancy that needs to be filled. Department heads ask for it, managers ask for it, everyone's asking for it, and yet for whatever reason, they're not being allowed to fill it. The issue here that I want to focus on primarily is the retention of employees as a way to prevent vacancies, right? We are losing institutional knowledge every time we lose a dedicated employee. And our members have reported to us in a survey that they are overworked, many of them working upwards of 50 to 60 hours a week at least. They are stressed out, they are burned out, and the way that we can fix that is by filling vacancies to provide support and to be able to actually carry out the goal of this city council. One glaring omission from the report regarding why vacancies exist was compensation. I thought that was a failure to address a pretty key issue. Our members have expressed a lot of appreciation, especially in this past year, for the events that have been put on, such as the ice cream socials and those kinds of things. Respectfully, people don't leave jobs for ice cream socials because they're better at another employer. They leave it because the compensation is better and that their longevity is appreciated. We have made proposals to the city that recognize these issues, longevity and compensation. We've made them over a month ago, and we have not gotten a response. We are not going to fill these vacancies if we cannot show our employees that they're taken care of. We cannot show employees they're taken care of without negotiating a contract. We can't negotiate a contract if the city doesn't come to us with counter proposals to proposals that we have made over a month ago. We very much look forward to filling these vacancies. We very much look forward to negotiating fair contracts. And we look forward to you guys doing it with us. Thank you so much.
Loke Seconda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, member of the City Council. My name is Lachlan Secona. I've been a member of the City of Richmond for 18 years. I worked as a construction inspector. For 16 years, I was a chaplaincy for the Richmond Police Department, of which I am. I have seen the worst and the best of Richmond. I am an ordained deacon appointed to St. John the Baptist here in El Cerrito. You probably are familiar. Many of your kids here in Richmond go to St. John the Baptist here in one of the biggest church here in Richmond. I was appointed there by the Bishop of Oakland, who was appointed to Oakland by Pope Francis. I'm here also to say that it's a good day. We have an American Pope, Pope Leo. But that reminds me, it goes back to Leo XIII. Back in 1891, he wrote an encyclical called Rerum Novarum, meaning the condition of labor. And this is the time of the revolution, industrial revolution in Europe. And there began to become a gap widened between the wealth and those, the workers. And he began to write this encyclical to address the injustice, to begin to form union, the seed of union started around this time, the dignity of the human labor. Today we hear from many of the workers, part of the separation is injuries. Part of the separation is injury. When the city moved to save money and burden the individual, you have one person doing about 3 or 4 persons' work. It's very important. The dignity of the human person also includes the dignity of saving their body. As a deacon in St. John, I get to meet a lot of young families, how they try to survive in this economical downturn. To have a job, you're able to feed your family, you're able to survive. And I'm here to ask you guys to address the question. Look at it very sincerely. Why is it mentioned? Why is there separation? Why are people leaving? And why are we not filling the position? We talk about 6%, but now the city wants 11%, or also 16%. I think this is very important because soon you're going to have more people leaving, more injury, especially it's going to be summertime, the heat. We have our people doing paving, people doing out there in the street. We have 2 inspectors in engineering, myself and Keith. And now the city want to move all the work that the consultant was doing because all the capital improvement project, get rid of consultant and allow these 2 inspectors to do all the work. First, we were pushed to do the sidewalk vendor, still the 2 inspector. And I need the city to look at it very carefully. We have over 100 people that's vacant. I heard the police give the report. As a chaplaincy, I've been out there when people commit suicide. I'm out there, I hear
That's
the
your
story.
time.
I'm very grounded in the thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Yvette Williams.
Greetings, Mayor and other members of the council. My name is Yvette Williams Barr. I am the president of IFPTE Local 21 Richmond Chapter. I am a senior administrative analyst for the City of Richmond in the Literacy for Every Adult program, LEAP, and a proud Richmond resident and public servant. At LEAP, I work not only with community members, but I also work with nearly every department in the city to ensure residents' needs are met, especially those seeking to improve their position in life. How vacancies impact my work. Unlike many of my colleagues, I am fortunate to work in a department with a very low turnover rate. The LEAP team is deeply committed to our mission, and that consistency has helped us maintain high standards of service. However, Even in our stable environment, we are not immune to the broader impacts of staffing shortages. When vacancies go unfilled across departments we depend on, or when shared services are stretched thin, our ability to operate efficiently and serve the public suffers. How vacancies impact members across the city. As president of Local 21, I regularly hear from members throughout the city who are facing even greater challenges. Many are dealing with increased or unmanageable workloads and ongoing uncertainty about when hiring will resume. These prolonged vacancies create frustration, fatigue, and anxiety. The effects ripple through departments, affecting morale, slowing down service delivery, and putting unnecessary pressure on already stretched teams. If we don't act soon, we risk long-term harm to the services our residents rely on every day. Workplace issues driving turnover. The reality is that employees are being asked to do more with less. Expectations are rising, but staffing and compensation haven't kept pace. This disconnect creates a stressful environment and drives dedicated public servants to seek employment elsewhere. How can we fix it? The path ahead is full of opportunity. It's time to staff up in Richmond. By filling critical vacancies and offering fair, competitive compensation, we can recognize the true value of our dedicated workforce. This is how we will attract great talent, keep experienced staff, and build a sustainable future for our city. Local 21 is ready to work hand in hand with all stakeholders to create a staffing model that lifts up our employees and strengthens service delivery for Richmond residents. Together, we can build the strong, stable workforce our community deserves and move Richmond forward. Thank you.
Real quick. Gregory Everett, former president of SEIU. In my 28 years, I have never heard an employee of any stature, full-time or part-time, say that they have to depend on food stamps in order to live and survive as an employee in this city. I just have to say one thing: step it up, make things better.
And there are no more in-person speakers. Now we'll move to the speakers online. We have one speaker.
Vacancy, please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Sonia Yancey, City of Richmond employee in the Employment and Training Department. I just wanted to advocate for our programs, and that would be Richmond Build and Youth Build. As of right now, our construction trainers are working as interns, and they have been since the inception of these programs. As interns, their salaries are not competitive in comparison to other training programs, in addition to the lack of accrued vacation, sick leave, and retirement, and so on. In addition to that, we have Job Corps that recently closed. We would hate to lose out on our construction trainers and thus these programs and not be able to support the additional students who will need our support. That is all. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Thank you. With that online speaker, the public hearing is now closed. It's now time for deliberation among council members. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you, Sharon and Nick, for putting together this presentation and for all the information. And I am hoping that we can get more information. As I know that you are trying to be responsible in terms of getting us more data when before that data wasn't collected or it was difficult to get. So thank you so much. I also want to say that the city has been done a positive thing with the class and comps, the MOUs that we were done before. As we enter in MOU negotiations, I know that this council, and I am speaking for myself, but I am confident with the council that we really appreciate all of you, and we want to have a fair bargaining process that results in a healthy way for the city to have the finances well, but also to have the workers well taken care of. I think like we had been doing like the maternity or parental leave, more holidays, all of that. But saying that, I think we need to hire. And I think we had been adding more positions because we believe that services are needed in the city, and this is what we have been advocating for. We hear from the community saying we need more calming safety street projects, and we created a street calming program. We added money, but we realized that in order for this to come into fruition, we needed staffing, and we approved and created the street calming division with 3 more people. I think, I think like we approved some budgeting, and I think like it's important for us to really think about the staffing that is needed and the priorities. As I always said, the services in the community are provided by the workers. Libraries, the library doesn't open by itself. It needs librarians. The weeds don't get cut just or disappear because the season change. It needs the people in the public works who are there. So if we want, thank you. If we want to really improve the building environment, who has been a promise to all the residents, I believe that we need to have a healthy way of doing the hiring in a way that is not in a scarcity mentality or in a scarcity framework. I know that we need to be responsible for a financial healthy way of having the city so we don't overpromise and then we cannot pay the bills. But I think we can do much better and be really transparent about what we can do, how we are going to do, and the priorities. I think like I heard, and I wanted to ask you, I heard this soft hole that the workers are hearing. I want to hear from you, what does it mean? And if it's something that is coming from the management, or what is happening there, because I think like that is something that we need to.
It's a result of the state audit in the corrective action plan.
So
It's a result of the state audit in the corrective action plan because we currently have more positions that are in the position control than could be funded by the general fund.
But I think like we had been, like when we have a budget that has a 6% vacancy rate, that is like the idea is to recognize that part. And then we have 18%. Are you telling me that it's 18%
Excuse me?
vacancy that we have?
Excuse me,
we are going to have?
this conversation between Councilmember Jimenez and the city manager is inappropriate for this portion, for this hearing. I hear both of you talking budget, and this is not the place to talk budget. This conversation can happen when we get around to talking about the budget. So let's refrain
Okay.
from talking about the budget.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, I believe that there is a way to have the vacancies and have priorities for how we are going to fill them. And adding, I am hoping that we can get as soon as possible to make decision in the budget, the information that we ask here about the vacancies and so forth. So thank you.
Councilmember Urbana?
I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and also thank all the union members who came and enlightened us. I really appreciate everyone's input. One quick question and maybe another comment. You talked about separation. It'd be nice to know which departments had those separations or most separations, was most affected. And I know the city's doing an awesome job in terms of employing diverse employees. It'd be nice to show it off. So we have a breakdown of diversity and also show what we're doing in terms of equity for women, parents, if possible, in the next report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
Just, it's a lot to think about, all these things. And I do want to thank you for all your work. I know that a lot of the information that was presented tonight was actually not even available in past years. This is a very new thing, not just the fact that we have to do a hearing, but the fact that we even have this data to present. So just wanted to point that out and make sure that everyone knows is that is a part of us improving as a city to have that kind of visibility into our own practices. This is something that did not exist before. And then I do want to say that I'm leaving this hearing feeling a little perplexed about things that became clear to me that I still didn't understand. Things that I thought we'd advocated for and thought were created those positions, and they were just in the process of being hired, like the tree crew. And I thought that took us a long time to get to a place where, you know, we created those positions and you would think they'd be filled, but they're not filled. They're still vacant, and I believe that they're not planned to be filled currently. And so just having this hearing makes me feel like we need more visibility into the annual hiring plan, maybe a public goals per quarter, so people are very clear on which exact positions are targeted to hire, and that should be reflected then in the posting and whatnot, if there's some kind of way to make that visible. And then the second part that I kind of learned from this hearing was, you know, I feel like we need more visibility into the plight of part-time workers. I'm not exactly sure how part-time workers fit into these vacancy numbers, if they fit into these vacancy numbers, and then how is what they're experiencing different than full-time workers. I feel like we need to have a special presentation or something so we make sure that there's full transparency with part-time workers as well. So those are just my two kind of thoughts, and I really appreciate your work on this, and I know we have a lot more work to do as a city and a lot to struggle with when we get to the next sections in the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always get inspired by what Councilman Robinson says, so I'm going to go a little bit on what you were just saying there, too. If I can ask a similar question, are we able to get information and then figure out about the workers that are working in our city, for our city, but they're not city employees? In particular, we have an individual working in the city council office who has been working for us for many, many years. This individual is not a city employee. So it would just be great to kind of know those employees that we are hiring that maybe are not quite part-time, I think.
I'm sorry, the city manager seems to have a comment to make.
I think if the council has questions about specific positions, we would be happy to confer with the council members individually, and then also to provide responses to the questions that were received this evening.
Thank you, thank you. And then just a comment, when I had my business meeting with different businesses out there. Kind of was there to hear from the businesses, but also letting them know the status of the city. And a lot of them were very shocked that we did not have all the staff. So they started realizing when their weeds weren't being cut, when their streets weren't being maintained, it's because at the back end, we didn't have them. So I think we're going to have a lot of support from the community out there in hiring the individuals so that we can get the services that Richmond wants and needs to being able to have that quality of life that we all deserve. We all keep talking about it, and we want to uplift Richmond. And part of that is going to be the employees that make those wheels turn and that keep us safe and clean and going as a great city. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
Right, so I'll just say most of what I believe was beautifully expressed by my council member colleagues, so I won't repeat it. I do think that we as a council have a responsibility to be more vigilant about this. I hear the message loud and clear that it's up to us to give the direction that we want to see more of these positions filled. And I think like sort of some low hanging fruit that we can take care of even, as budget season goes on is that, if we have a goal of having an only 6% vacancy rate and in a given month it's 18%, we should post more positions. Like I think we should have, rather this be an annual process, but a monthly check-in where that's, a very easy sort of variable to play with of how many positions do we need to post in order to get the target vacancy rate, and we don't need to wait for the end of the year for that. So again, appreciate the report, and I think we're motivated to fill some of these vacancies as a council.
Thank you. I thank you for the report. It's very informative. And as I said before, the number of positions in each unit and the number of vacancies in each unit would help us understand the process of hiring a lot better. It would also help us understand the needs in various departments. And I understand that the needs in each department changes depending on the direction that the council gives you. So 1 month, you may not have a need for hires, but then we come up with a program that we are really endorsing, which requires an increase in staff hires. So I do want this to be a process in which the City Council recognizes how we influence the positions that are needed and how that impacts how we move forward. I'm curious, is there some process, like there's certain bargaining units that are very vocal about their needs, their desires. You have them come up and make pleas at City Council, open forum, week after week after week, and then others don't do so. But so is there some mechanism for the unions, for the bargaining units to express their needs to their uppers and to management, to the city manager, and to the City Council? Not at bargaining time, but as the needs come up. Anyway, you don't have to answer that now, but it would be really helpful for us to know that.
I do meet with the bargaining units quarterly, and we develop the budget based on the City Council's priorities.
Okay, that's good to know. So with that, this public hearing is closed. Next item.
Our next item is under budget. And that is item P1. Hold on one second. Item P1 is to adopt a resolution approving the preliminary engineering report for fiscal year 25-26 for the Hilltop Landscaping Maintenance District, declare the City Council's intention to increase and collect the annual assessments, and schedule a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment on June 24, 2025 at 5 p.m. in City Council chambers at 440 Civic Center Plaza in the City of Richmond. We have one speaker for this item. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. KCRT, can you please put up our slideshow? I do have online, participating through Zoom, our consultant from the SEI Consulting Group, Edric Kwan. I will run through the first set of slides, and then Edric will cover the end, and I'll take the last few slides. So having said that, next slide. Tonight, we're here to provide an overview of the draft engineer's report and the proposed assessment for fiscal year 2025 and 2026. In the course of this presentation, we are going to be covering the background and purpose of the district, the financial impacts, the assessment methodology that we use to arrive at this year's budget, zone details, and proposed actions. Next slide, please. The Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District was established to provide landscaping improvements and maintenance. It was first formed in June 23rd of 1998 that authorized annual increases. The purpose of this district is to ensure ongoing maintenance and improvements for the community's benefit. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Robert. And good evening, Honorable Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Edric Kwan, and I'm the Senior Vice President of SCI Consulting Group. I'm here today filling in for John Bliss, our company's president and your designated assessment engineer, who's currently out of the country. Being here today brings back memories of my time serving the City of Richmond as your city engineer over 15 years ago. It's really good to see some familiar faces out there. So starting with slide 4 here for fiscal impact, I'll start with the big picture. The proposed assessment for fiscal year 25-26 totals about $1.26 million across all 3 zones. As required by Proposition 218, the city must fund the portion of the improvements that provide a general benefit to the public, not specific properties. Based on the engineer's report, that general benefit equals $88,878, or roughly 6.9% of the total budget. This year, the city is contributing $250,360, which is more than satisfying that obligation. Also, as allowed by the original formation documents approved by property owners in 1998, the city is applying the maximum 3% increase to assessment rates. This annual inflation adjustment was built into the measure so that service levels can be maintained as costs rise. The increase is necessary this year to support the budget and maintain the district at its current level of service. Next slide, please. Proposition 218 requires that property assessments be tied only to special benefits, that is, benefits that directly affect the assessed properties. These include things like proximity to maintain landscaping, access to improved areas, and enhanced views. To implement this, we rely on the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, which provides legal authority for assessments like this one. In 2018, SEI Consulting Group has served as the levy administrator for the Hilltop Maintenance District. Each year, we prepare the engineer's report, confirm the methodology is sound, and ensure that assessments are proportional to that special benefit received by each parcel based on its type, size, and location. Next slide, please. This map shows the layout of the district's 3 zones. In the lower right, you'll recognize the distinct oval shape of the Hilltop Mall area. That's Zone 1, which includes much of the commercial development. Back in the 80s, that mall was one of my favorite hangout spots. There was even an ice rink back then, but I digress. Zone 2 is the large residential and commercial area along Richmond Parkway West, shown here in gold. And then there's Zone 3, the smallest, and includes the Atlas Road industrial area, shown in pink. Let's take a closer look at each of these zones. Next slide, please. Zone 1 includes Hilltop Mall Road, Bloom Drive, the Auto Plaza, and adjacent areas including apartment complexes and light industrial properties. The total cost for this zone is approximately $540,000 and includes 99 parcels. The district funds activities such as landscape and median maintenance, graffiti removal, irrigation system repairs, maintenance of certain sound walls. Because of its visibility and mix of uses, this zone requires a consistent level of service to maintain its appearance and function. Next slide, please. Zone 2 includes residential neighborhoods and commercial properties in the Richmond Parkway West area. The total cost for this zone is nearly $660,000 and includes 1,162 parcels. Maintenance includes landscape medians, park space, and public open space. Next slide, please. Zone 3 covers the Atlas Road industrial area and is the smallest of the 3 zones, with a total cost of just over $83,000 and includes 22 parcels. Even in an industrial setting, keeping the public-facing areas clean and well-maintained supports safety, visibility, and business activity. Next slide, please. One of the most important requirements under Proposition 218 is the clear separation of special and general benefits. Special benefits are those that directly benefit the property. As outlined in the engineer's report, these include proximity to landscaping, direct access to green space, improved views, and in many cases, the creation of buildable lots that would not have been existed without the assessment. General benefits, by contrast, are indirect. For example, someone commuting through that area who enjoys the landscape from their car, but does not live, work, or own property in the district. They receive value, but is not considered a special benefit and therefore cannot be funded through assessments. That portion must be covered by the city. The minimum requirement for general benefit amount this year is $88,878. As mentioned earlier, the city's contribution of $250,360 more than satisfies that amount. While we are not the ones who designed this structure, we have carefully reviewed and confirmed that it complies with legal requirements and reflects sound assessment practices. Now I'll pass it back to Robert.
Next slide, please. And also, before I continue on, I just wanted to make sure that I introduced 2 of my colleagues who are in attendance with me tonight. They can also answer questions and help with the continued dialogue. I have Avinash Nadan with the Finance Department, and then Jason Lacey who's our Parks Supervisor. Having said that, can we go back to the slideshow, please? As we've mentioned before, tonight's action is really just to introduce this draft report. The action today is just to set a meeting for June 24th. And so tonight, what we're asking is for the adoption of an intent to adopt and set this public hearing, which is June 24th. On June 24th is the day that we'll actually adopt the final engineer's report, and that would be the report that we end up using to take to the county for assessing parcels for the taxes. So June 3rd is today that we're talking about this draft report and the intent to adopt. 24th, we're talking about the final report. The last meeting that's possible for us to hear this item is July 1st. And then the final tax rolls are due, actually, I think it's the 10th of August. I think that's a typo. But they're due, basically, the tax rolls, there's a window of when the taxes are, can be entered, and it's in the beginning of July through the beginning of August. So if we do not get this passed before July 1st, then, we would not be able to hear the item again after the recess. We would miss our opportunity to enter the assessment on the tax rolls. Next slide, please. So once again, this engineer's report ensures that the city is able to continue to maintain the enhancements to the Hilltop area. It benefits the property owners and the community. As Edric mentioned, there's general benefits and there's special benefits that we calculated in this report, and the adoption of the resolution prepares us for the public hearing, which I mentioned again is on June 24th. Next slide. So in the preparation of this agenda item, we received some comments and questions, and I wanted to cover some of the answers that we provided so that all are aware. Again, this item is the resolution that adopts a intention to levy the annual assessment, and this is not the final engineer's report, so this is not adopting the engineer's report or the taxes that go with that. This is being developed pursuant to city code based on council direction, and the intent of the resolution sets the date for the final hearing in accordance with the city code. The engineer's report must be filed with the city clerk. This is actually another typo. I apologize. It's actually July 28th. It's a typo that I started and unfortunately carried through with this slide, but it's July 28th. But again, in order, we have to conclude before July 1st in order to make the tax rolls as I described before. If there's a specific list of concerns that we hear tonight, we can take those down as questions if we are not able to answer them here, and we can address those in the study. As I mentioned before, it's a draft study, so we can finalize the study. Or if there's Q&A, also can offer up to council that we can post the Q&A online to help address any questions that might be on this report. Next slide, please. We did get some questions on the general benefit versus the special benefit. Just wanted to clarify that the calculated minimum general benefit, the minimum that the city is legally required to pay based on the general benefit that Edric was describing earlier in the presentation is approximately $89,000. The city is proposing, or the staff is proposing, a $250,000 general benefit payment, a cash contribution. This is based on past practice that the city has had for many years. We also should note that the city also pays 25% of the salaries of the staff that works in this district. Is the city, another question we received has to do with our internal service charges or our cost pool, which for this district equals $95,000. Avinish can answer more detailed questions on that, but basically all city departments and all organizations within the city have to pay an internal service charge or a cost pool that basically pays for a lot of the services we receive as departments, keeping the lights on, having IT, maintain computers, HR coverage, those sorts of things. Are there parcels being assessed, are all the parcels being assessed properly? A few parcels may not have been assessed for all years. We believe that, that this is correct. There are a few parcels that are one-offs and don't get assessed for various reasons. But if we have if we're made aware of specific parcels, we can certainly research that and respond if those are found. If there's anything in the report itself, the engineer's report, as I said before, we can take comments. It's a draft report at this point, and we can certainly make any edits. I know there's a few typos and errors that need to be corrected in there of an editorial nature that we certainly need to correct. We do believe the financial analysis, though, is correct. So the report, the body of the report may need some editing, but it's a. But we're certainly willing to take comments. So next slide, please. So for tonight, staff recommends that council adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for fiscal year 25-26 for the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District, declare the city council's intention to levy and collect annual assessments, and set a public hearing for the proposed increased assessment for June 24th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. in the City Council chambers at 440 Civic Center Plaza in the City of Richmond Public Works Department. And that's the end of our presentation. We're certainly willing to answer questions or entertain discussion. Thank you.
Okay, before questions, do we have public speakers?
We have one in-person speaker.
Let's hear.
Cordell Hendler.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Cordell Hendler, for the record, I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, staff, for this presentation. And I don't have no objections. So I looked at the engineer's report, and I want to thank Robert and his team for all of this. So I just say, go ahead with the public hearing on June 24th.
All right. Now to council members. Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, just one question. In the report, it indicates that the minimum amount that we need to pay is more in the realm of, I think it was 88,000 plus or minus. What would happen if we only paid the minimum amount? What's the impact?
Did you want to discuss that?
Good evening, Council. I'm Avinesh Nandan, Finance Manager in the Finance Department. So if the city's contribution is reduced, it will impact the budget for the Hilltop District, which has been balanced with that contribution. That contribution is a historical amount that we increase by 3% proportionate to the assessment increases. And it has been about 25% contribution from the city staff or cash contribution wise. So it will definitely impact budget. So we'll have to find like additional like appropriations within the budget that will have to be reduced to like it will to remain balanced.
And by reduce, you mean we need to have to cut staff?
Cutting expenditure can be various areas. We already had to reduce some of the expenditure lines because the budget was not in balance. And so I'm not implying cutting staff, but that certainly has some impact, yes.
City Manager, if we allocated some of the funds that we willingly go above and beyond to contribute to this special maintenance district, if we reallocated that extra to the general fund areas, the fund areas that are not covered by the special assessment district, and I'm just talking about the monies that we're not obligated to pay, the additional that we put in, what would the impact be to the general fund areas?
We can conduct that analysis if that's the policy direction of the council.
I personally would appreciate it. I think it's been an ongoing issue. that we, I think we've said this for years, the 52 parks, most in the general fund, but most resources are going to these special districts, and if we're contributing more than what is required when we have other areas of the city, in fact, most of the rest of the city needs more resources, then I'm not sure why we should continue to do that willingly, contributing more to areas that already have more. I would like that analysis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. That's also my question. And last time we talked about the special district, I thought we decided that the city would bring a plan on how to provide similar service all over the city. Am I wrong, or is it in the works?
I'm not prepared to answer that question because this specific item has to do with the Hilltop Landscape District.
Okay, okay. I was under the impression that we would have a plan to provide, quality landscaping service everywhere, all over the city. And
I may be able to interject. This is Mubin Kadir, the Deputy Director of Finance. So just keep in mind, please, Council Member and the Council, that there is a special assessment on the parcels within that district. So what you're referring is that would mean additional assessment on the parcels all over the city. I'm not sure if that's what is meant.
Right. Actually, this is specific to the Hilltop. When we're talking about assessing and creating new districts, that's not part of this conversation.
I understand. I just asked if it's in the works to come.
Well,
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Then don't
Takes
ask.
me to the next question, which is about Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 to make special districts. But it doesn't say the local government has to contribute. So why are we contributing to this? Why is it just the special district, not just residents and businesses over there?
Can Edric, can you please answer that question?
Yes, please. Yes, absolutely. So Proposition 218 is very clear that what we consider general benefit is those that live outside, that do not work in the area, that do not live in the area, that do not own property. They gain benefit from driving through or visiting, and that portion of it cannot be passed on to the property owners. Therefore, Proposition 218 requires that the city fund that portion of of general benefit. So in our calculations, based all the way from the formation documents to today, there are percentages that have been developed and revisited, and the calculation is 88,000 that needs to be contributed by the city to cover for the general benefit for folks that live outside that are benefiting from the landscaping.
Thank you, Edric. And I can also add that there is one park that's in this district that anybody from the city can visit and enjoy. So it's not, there is some amenities that are available for the general public.
Okay. Just on the side, I have to say, I did receive many complaints about lack of weed abatement in Zone 3, so I wonder if different zones receive different levels of service? Or is the same level of service for all zones?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. For the record, Jason Lacey, Parks and Landscape Superintendent.
And how long have you been here, Jason?
February, since February.
Welcome again.
So level of service in the districts, across the districts, are the same.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, how much are we paying to the consultant for this study? I'm just curious because the result is 3% increase, which is similar to COLA.
We have to do the study to justify putting it on the, so what eventually happens is there's an assessment that's placed on the property tax bill. It has to go to the county assessor. So this is the commencement of the public process to document what is appropriate to be assessed. So the study is required. It's not optional.
I understand, but we do this study every year. I mean, couldn't we
Yes.
just go off the study of last year and add COLA to it?
Uh, may I also provide some additional information about the work we do to get to where we're at today? We do look at every single parcel, and they do change when it comes to property type. And because of that, there's different rates associated with it. So let's say a property becomes vacant, their rate changes. And so we meticulously look at every single parcel and make sure that those changes are accounted for so that you properly get the amount of revenue for your district. We do that in February, which is what these numbers are based off of. And prior to submitting it to the county to be placed on the property tax roll, we take the July data of all the parcels and scrub it through again to make sure it's accurate before we submit it on behalf of the city so that you can collect those assessments.
Okay, thank you. Can I still learn about the amount of money we spend on this study or no?
Do you happen to have your fees for this study available, Edric?
And if not, we're
Yeah,
happy
I
to
can
email
look
them to
for
the
it.
council.
I don't remember offhand. This isn't my project. I'm covering for John Bliss, our president.
Thank you.
But the
Yeah.
contract was approved, if I may, the contract was approved by the city council because it was in excess of $10,000, the fee for it. So we're happy to share that information, but it should be available in eScribe.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Done.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. And thank you for the report, providing all the reports. Serving as a district representative for District 1 is so disheartening to read the reports, to see how the levels of inadequacy, to see how districts like Hilltop receive not just attention, but enhanced attention, enhanced services. And I was sworn in January 14th, and I literally drive through my district every day because I live there, my kids go to school there, and so forth. And I'm watching the medians, the overgrown vegetation throughout the district just continue to get higher and higher and higher every week, every month. And learning that the staffing that covers Hilltop as well as Marina Bay are the same staff that staffs the entire city. And so while we're providing enhanced services because we're obligated to provide services in those special districts, the other districts get little to no service. And that's not fair. Why? Because that general benefit comes from the general fund and from the taxpayers in the districts that are underserved. And so while I am extremely emotional about this particular topic because it's so unfair, especially learning that when you see a special district with a budget for landscaping of over $1 million, and much of it is coming from the general fund where all taxpayers in Richmond are paying into, and folks that are not receiving the basic level of maintenance in our communities, the basic level of maintenance, to whereas you would, as a council member, having to reach out to the city manager and say, hey, can someone cut the medians in front of Peary's Elementary School? Because the weeds stand taller than some of the third graders there. We are not taking into account, and I understand our obligations, but we also have obligations to the rest of the city to ensure. So I'm not trying to say that Hilltop doesn't deserve beautiful landscaping, because from the pictures, I see green grass. I haven't seen green grass in District 1 in months and Sundays, probably years. And I'm pretty sure the sun is shining hard in District 1 just as it is in Hilltop. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if it's a staffing issue, because like I mentioned, some of the staff members are pulled from the general maintenance crews to these specialized districts. There's not a specific maintenance crew for each of these districts. They're all in the same general pool. And so my question is, how many of those staff, how many do we have in the maintenance and landscaping? And at any day, how many are assigned to Hilltop or the other district, and we don't have to mention the other district since we're not on that topic, but how many are pulled over to Hilltop, and then what's left for the rest of us down here?
If I may, Mayor, I would just like to start by saying city staff share the concerns that have been articulated this evening, and I think that's why we wanted to make sure the information was transmitted in a transparent manner. We also don't want to, it's more complicated now that we have districts, right? And so we don't want to feel like we're pitting the council members against each other. And so what I would suggest is, in light of the last two comments, when we get to that, we respectfully request that you go ahead and commence P1 and then P2. But when we get to P3, as was requested regarding the analysis, if you want to suggest to staff under the budget item that there is a further analysis regarding the general fund subsidy, then we could include that there. And then I also would like to clarify that there are dedicated staff for Marina Bay and then for Hilltop and then for the general fund area. And so I think that actually underscores the point that you were making, that it, for folks who might not live in Marina Bay or Hilltop, it may feel like it's compounding the inequity because it's also a staffing issue in that there's dedicated staff for those two areas and then everything else is covered by one pool of general fund staff.
Okay, I was told differently. I was told that there is one pool and no one specifically assigned to those particular.
Yeah, that's not true. They're all city staff. So in some other jurisdictions that, special assessment districts are not always like in Fairfield or in Antioch or something like that. They might not all be staffed by city staff. They're usually contracted out. Ours is different, that all of our staff are serving the Marina Bay and Hilltop and General Fund, but they are all city staff, but they are dedicated city staff, and Jason can speak to this in terms of the number of personnel that are assigned to each area. I think that the challenge for us when we're making the budget is that obviously our costs for city staff are increasing in excess of 3%. So that's why you're seeing an increase in the subsidy, is because what was baseline 5 years ago is not, if you're just doing 3% increases, that isn't going to cover the city's costs for increases. So, Jason, do you want to speak to the staffing?
Yeah, sure. So there is dedicated staff for both Marina Bay and Hilltop. They do not work in general fund areas. They're strictly, all of their work is inside of the district, exclusively.
Okay,
We don't share equipment, we don't share product, anything else. Everything is that comes out of the budget for Hilltop goes into the budget for Hilltop, including staff.
Okay, so is that just the contracted staff folks? So none of our general staff that we have to take care of our city's landscape are at any point sent over to these special districts to work?
There could be on very limited circumstances, maybe a storm response, or possibly if we had a big event. However, in that circumstance, there would be a budget transfer that would cover one or the other. Meaning if Marina Bay came down to work in general fund we would track that time, and there would be a journal entry to recover the money from general fund back into Hilltop and vice versa.
Okay. So for the 3 times the legal Prop 218 that's allocated to Hilltop, what's the reason why we've contributed in excess? It was partially covered, but I didn't really understand the entire reason why we would contribute more than the required amount.
So I think that decision, it definitely precedes me. It's been historical. At some point, and I think the city manager, really captured it well, I believe salaries and benefits of our permanent employees outpace the assessments and really what labor value was when the district was created. I can't say that with 100% assurance, but at some point that subsidy or the contribution over the 88 did take place. And I mean, we would have to maybe do some type of.
I think it's what staff has been trying to do, right, if I may, is that, so when things come up, whether it's the housing authority, whether it's, engineering, as more things come up where we're saying, oh, the city needs to provide a general fund subsidy, or you are providing a general fund subsidy, we're trying to do the best we can to highlight that to the city council when we encounter it, so then the council can make an informed policy decision. We're not saying that we think that is the best practice. We're saying this is what it appears on paper based on the math, what we see is happening. And then if the council may want to direct staff to revisit that once we have the numbers and we've had an opportunity to really examine it and we have more permanent staff in place that can implement the policy direction of the council, right? So we have a new park superintendent. So if this is something that the council desires to change, you can provide the policy direction and we will do so. I think for the sake of this item at this particular exact juncture, we need to move forward as outlined, and then as part of the budget process, we can provide an opportunity to continue to stay in contract to examine this. But it's very complicated because we have 2 council members that have these special assessment districts, and so it's a bit of a precarious situation for staff.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to pin districts, and I know we've just gotten into a district situation in 2020. However, my emphasis is around having a citywide standard, how our city should look, and that a person should not have to live in Marina Bay or Hilltop to enjoy the scene. When we're paying into a general benefit because folks are driving past and they want to see great landscaping. Well, when I'm driving past in my district, I want to see great landscaping too. When I'm driving past in District 5, I want to see lights that work. I can go on and on about some of the things that are not happening in certain areas. And so if we remove the district, we're just talking about a citywide standard, how our city should look overall and not just special districts. And so I understand we are moving on, but I just want to, I'm compelled to mention and to not let it just go by as just this something that we have to rule on or agree upon, because it needs to be outlined that, yes, it's on paper and historically, this was done this way, we had to reauthorize it in 98, and this was done this way. Well, how are we going to do it moving forward? Because unless we are ready to add other specialized crews in other districts, I think that it is owed to Richmond residents, especially if it's something that they're paying into as well. And so I just don't want that to be overshadowed, that it needs to look great across Richmond. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. All right, made me giggle. Okay. Thank you for providing some of the answers on the presentation. From those questions were mine that you had on the presentation there. So I appreciate taking some more time and updating some of the dates to be the correct ones somewhat in there. I want to try to answer some of the questions from my colleagues and from other individuals as well. I think pretty much I can safely say out of everyone in this room, I have been the most involved in the LMDs from anyone else in the city, both in the Marina Bay and Hilltop. I have dug into these for hundreds and hundreds of hours. I have spreadsheets. I have gone through the very first engineer's report that was put out. It was presented on here today, so thank you for that. And understanding the numbers from year over year over year over year, because we felt, even though there's great questions, right? One of the questions is the standard. And that is these are questions that the Hilltop community has wanted to know for years and years and years. Because we felt that we have been paying for something and we weren't getting the services. The ship has just started to being rerouted correctly. The joke around town many years ago was, if you want, and this was said at this council many years ago by Councilmember Nat Bates, when I stood up there and I questioned the LMD. He said, if you want to know where your money is It's everywhere else except Hilltop. What that meant was that all of the staff that we were paying for, you could drive around Hilltop and never find one. They were everywhere else in the city because the city had 6 or so individuals to be able to clean up the rest of the city. And Hilltop was paying between 10 to 12. We were budgeted for 12. We were paying for 12, but we were never getting 12. There was one report that I found that we were paying for the highest earning landscapers around the city were all coming out of the Hilltop budget. The numbers for the LMDs, both of them have always been incorrect. My email to staff today or yesterday was, I want to pull this report and I want it to come back. And I'm not pointing fingers, but it has issues, it has errors, and it has direction that we gave last year and the year before then that was not incorporated. For the reasons being, don't know, but we're here today. We need to be able to fix these. A question that we had last year, and we weren't able to resolve it. So here we are again today. One of the questions was, what does it mean to have a special assessment? From the other engineering companies that we have hired, the special assessment is supposed to be above and beyond. And if you read through the report, it says, it uses words such as improvement and words to enhance. To improve or enhance means you have something there already and you're going to make it better. The $1 million assessment is to improve something that's already there, by definition. So the question last year was, what is the amount that's already there that the city, without the special district, figuring out, and this was a question for the whole city, figuring out what is the standard for the whole city, what should it be? I know that we're not meeting it because of staffing levels and money and everything else. But what is supposed to be that level? And the report right now says 88,000. And I will be debunking that. I want you to follow my numbers a little bit, and please let me know any corrections, because I want to learn, and we want to make sure that for once and for all, we put an answer out for the Hilltop community, that they can feel comfortable saying, I am paying my 3 additional percentage, I am paying that $1 million, and it is what it's supposed to be. Let's go back to the creation of the special assessment. The administration cost was $10,000 on an assessment for the whole district of $582,000. That was the administration cost, $10,000. Today, the administration cost is $136,000. That is how much the city is taking back, and that's just an average of one of the areas. That's what the city is taking back. So not only is the city saying that they're contributing an amount, but the city is taking more back. Last year, the city, through the cost pool, took back $8,000 more than it was contributing. So at the end of the day, is the city really contributing much? No, because you're taking it back. And I get the cost pool, somewhat. And you may say, well, back then, $10,000 really went a long way. So now we're charging more. Perfect. The city contributed $92,000 back then. That was roughly 15% of the roughly $582,000 budget. Now you're telling me the city is going to contribute, or the contribution should be $88,000. So if costs have gone up, so the city contribution or the city administration was $10,000, And because cost has gone up, the administration now is 136. So, okay, let's go with that logic. Cost goes up. You're going to charge us more for the same services? Okay. But if costs gone up, then that means what the city is contributing should also go up. And you are telling me it's going to go down more than when it was first created. The city contributed $92,000, and you're now telling me it's $88,000. Those numbers need to be looked at again because they're not mathing for me. Something's off there. In regards to a mentioning of the 25% of salaries, I don't know where that number is coming from. Because if it's 25% of salaries, then the contribution should be even bigger. And it's not. And maybe I just don't see it there. So I need to see those numbers. In terms of the required, it's not a requirement for the 88,000. Again, it's supposed to be a base of what the city should be paying if we get rid of the special assessment, which, by the way, the majority of the Hilltop people want to get rid of it because they don't see the benefit. The pretty picture that was shown in the presentation, and I heard some of my colleagues saying, oh, that's a really pretty picture. That took 11 years to do that median. 11 years. If you calculate $1 million times 11 years, we got that 1 median. And something's not mathing. We budgeted for 12 people, and we go between 8 and 10. Where's the other? Many years ago, by a former public works director, not our current one, said, we don't carry over the money, Caesar. If you budgeted 12 and we only hired 8, next year that money goes away. So even though the city was contributing something, the city also took a lot of money back. And again, most of the staff was never at Hilltop. It wasn't until I got involved that we went from keeping timekeeping in a piece of paper to online, and then that system got removed. But that was the only time we were able to quantify hours. And that's the only time we were able to see where staff was working. And a lot of the staff time was still not being recorded to Hilltop. Right now, some of the staff time is spent helping police, fire, and other departments. If there's an accident somewhere nearby, the team goes to block the street. They go to clean up the traffic accident. That's not part of landscaping. And that's not being taken away into consideration of the budget. It was mentioned we have one park that the community can use. We actually have 4. Those are to be 100% city staffed and city cleaned, city maintained, and it's part of the HLMD. It's all part of the same budget, but that's supposed to be taken into consideration, and it's not. In terms of weeds, again, you chose the newest median that was just done. But if you go to other parts of the district, we have just as tall of weeds. We pay a special assessment, and we have the same weeds. Something, again, is not mathing. And right now, the numbers are not mathing. And it's not very nice to show a pretty picture when the rest of the district is not doing as great. Now, granted, maybe the weeds are tall, maybe not as tall as other areas, right? Because we do get a little bit more, but not what we should be getting. I want to go over some of the parcels. Last year, I asked to make sure that we were getting money from every parcel. I just started looking at them. For example, 403-320-012, no money for the LMD. 405-050-080, no money for the LMD. 405-490-010, no money for the LMD, and they keep on going. This report, if we're going to be giving it to the community to review, it's not correct. Over email, we were debating the timeline, and they were saying we had to approve today. Thank you for updating the presentation. It shows that we do have some time. We should not be showing something to the community that is not correct if we haven't had a chance to really look at the numbers. We are telling people that 88,000 is what's going to maintain. I can tell you it takes 6 to 8 people to block off the Richmond Parkway to safely be able to work there. That is going to cost more than that. Several years ago, when I had the timesheets online, the calculation I did when I quantified the hours for the team to commute from Hilltop to the parts department to pick up their tools was $80,000. That is a quantifiable number. That is why we moved the courtyard to Hilltop, a small little section of it. That's a number I quantified. So if it takes $80,000 for the team to pick up their tools, where are we getting $88,000 to maintain the whole district? If we get rid of the LMD today, what is it going to take the city to maintain that area? It is going to be more than $88,000. So again, we need to know the base and build from there. I'm not even questioning the 3% right now. I'm just questioning all the other numbers that are going there. If we're going to start cutting, if we're going to start putting something in a report that people are going to read, it's got to be correct. 88,000 is not correct. If it's going to be looking at prior numbers, it's got to also match. In regards to the report that we might approve today, what is actually going to be getting sent to the homeowners? Is it the full engineer's draft report that we have today?
I think that there were a number of questions that were just covered in the past several minutes. I want to give Daniel Chavarria, Director of Public Works, an opportunity to respond, and then I think we would go to Edric and then Robert.
Thank you, Madam City Manager, for bringing me to this conversation. For the record, Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. There were many topics that you touched, Vice Mayor Cepeda. Some of the past that we, as Jason mentioned before, we cannot comment on that. I mean, that already happened. I would like maybe Edric to expand about the numbers. Same with Avinash. I can tell you that your argument makes a lot of logic, has a lot of logic. However, we have to go by the documents, the legal documents that created this special district. So, based on that, that's the number of the minimum contribution from the city is the $88,000+. Now, in terms of the information that the City Council requests to city staff, we started that document. Actually, CSI, the consultant that prepared this engineer's report, was selected to do this analysis. But with all honesty, we have had not the time to sit down and review with new staff. I mean, just to give you an idea, our previous park superintendent, he was out of the office for, I think it was 3 or 4 months before he retired. Then the person who followed him, he resigned and left the city in January. Jason joined us, was it in February or March, Jason? February, right? And with that, we were in the middle of recruiting as many staff as we could before the situation we are right now. And so when people talk about weed abatement, we understand that, we know that. But our staff, not the Hilltop staff, not the Marina staff, but the general fund staff, have been focused on the weed abatement in the fire hazard areas owned by the city. And because we have a high number of vacancies right now, we have to put all our staff there. So what is the trade-off? Well, medians, unfortunately. One of the things the City Council last year addressed was the creating a right-of-way and median crew in the Parks Division, Parks and Landscape Maintenance Division. Well, that specific crew is over 50%, 50, not 15, 50% vacancy. And those are the folks that go to District 4 who did all the weed abatement in the month of May. Not to do medians in District 4, to do or address any weed abatement related with fire hazard, wildfire hazard. So now we're going back to, okay, now everything has grown, now we have to address it. But that hasn't affected Hilltop. But just giving you an idea of the different challenges that right now we're facing. But we are going to sit down this month after this budget season, believe it or not, takes a lot of time from staff. And so when I promise things, and that's why sometimes I hesitate and promise things until we don't have an adopted budget, because I don't know what we're counting for, right? I mean, when are you going to do it? Well, are we going to have staff? I don't know. If the city council decides, no, we're going to put 2 more projects, parks projects. Okay, that means that staff has to maintain these new parks. So where are the medians? So they're not as important as the park. So we have to juggle that. So until we have an adopted budget is when I feel more comfortable committing to the city council in timing. But for that specific analysis that CSI prepared for us, we're working this month of June to analyze what are the options that we can have and come back to City Council after the break and provide you a report on precisely what you just reminded us all that the City Council requested from staff. And with that, I'd probably leave it to Avinash and maybe Edric, or I don't know, Robert, you seem to you are eager to talk about why is $88,000 only?
Thank you, Daniel. By the way, I have one answer for Councilmember Bona's question. So the contract this year for CSI was $11,250.
Thank you.
Edric, can you speak to the question of cost pool versus what general benefit is, and how those numbers were calculated?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to clarify, 88,000 is not the cost to maintain the landscaping. There's a budget that was developed, and of that budget, we look at percentages of certain improvements that have a general benefit, meaning folks that are not living, working in that area that has a benefit to it. So looking at those figures and those percentages, we can calculate specifically 88,000 that the city has to contribute to account for people that are outside that benefit from the landscaping. Does that make sense for folks to understand that concept?
Is it $88 for every point in Richmond, or I don't quite understand how that $88,000 is distributed from street to street or district to district.
No, it's just for this specific Hilltop district. In looking at that district, there are benefits from people outside when they drive through, for example, Hilltop district. They are benefiting from the landscaping. We have to account for that, and it cannot be passed on to the property owners living within the district.
Okay.
Cannot pay for that general benefit. The city will have a minimum contribution. In this case, it's $88,000. So examples would be like I have in the engineer's report here, Hilltop Drive from I-80 to San Pablo Avenue. The general benefit percentage is 33% of those costs. It's broken down specifically for each zone, and it shows exactly what portion is special benefit versus non-special benefit. So for zone 1, I can see here Hilltop Drive landscape frontages and medians. Of the cost, 67% of that is considered special benefit. So the remaining 33% is general benefit. That 33% of 48,000 will have to come from the city. So it's meticulous, going line item by line item for those particular budget items to determine how much of it is special benefit versus general benefit. And that's how we were able to derive to that 88,000.
How did you arrive to the 88,000 this year versus, again, the city contribution when this first began was 92,000?
So I looked at the original one too, and that one right there is actually, where's the number? I have a different figure in here. For 97, 98, it was 14,000. For 98, 99, it's 39,000. That
So
was
it's
its general benefit calculation during those years.
on page 11, I think is what I was looking at here. City contribution for general benefit. And then it has 3 columns, fiscal year 97, 98, 98, 99, and then future maximum, 92, 596.
So page 7 from the 98 report?
Yeah, page 7 from the 98 one.
Correct. So for 98, 99, it has it at 39,684. That's what was the general benefit city contribution for that fiscal year. So I'm not quite sure what the future maximum is. There's a one footnote there, subject to increase by CPI. I have to look at this report more carefully. This was conducted by Lepkin, Cronin, and Cooper back during that period of time. So that particular column, future maximum, I'm not quite clear where that comes from. I don't believe there's a sunset for this district. So I'm not quite sure what future maximum would mean in this case with going through that original report.
Can you answer the question about what does it mean to do an improvement? Right, if the LMD was to go away, because in the explanation in there, the improvement is supposed to be the above and beyond.
Correct, according to the baseline. So compared to the rest of the city, whatever the baseline level of services for the entire city is anything above that. So if it's enhanced, improved landscaping, that is what you're paying for. That is the improved. It's not every year it's improved.
No, I'm getting it. That's the improvement. And we'll use the 88,000 for now, since everyone has it in their mind. 88,000 is for the improvement.
No, 88,000 is the general benefit.
Yes.
It's not
the general benefit of a particular area, but it's part of that together. So let's look at an area that is 100% special benefit. Right? We're going to go with this logic here. If it's 100% special benefit, but this LMD was to go away, how much would the city pay for that area? The city would pay 100%. And I need to quantify what that number is for that particular median. And then that's going to get us the baseline. I'm looking at, in the engineer's report, page 31, Bloom Drive, Outer Plaza frontages and medians. It's $63,000, special benefits 100%. Right? So you're saying that the LMD is to pay 100% for this median. Okay. But if the LMD was to go away, then that means that the city would be paying $63,000 for that median.
Or we would not have the median.
Or you would not service it at all.
Yeah,
but that's what I mean is
I mean, I'm just saying in theory, but I think that the point that staff is trying to convey is that at this juncture, the report before you has a general fund subsidy being provided in the amount of $570,512.
Okay.
I can provide
that's what's in the fiscal impact section of the staff report.
Just to add a little bit more context to that specific amount, we're talking about the $88,000. That would be the minimum, but in reality, as the city manager mentioned, it's $570,000 $570,512. The breakdown is $320,000, basically, is on salaries for staff that work there, and $250,000 and a little bit more than that, the general benefit.
And I would also like to remind Council Member, Vice Mayor Zepeda, you're probably like looking at one line item, but overall, city's contribution from general fund, in the amount $250,360, that is budgeted for 25-26. That amount in the current fiscal year 24-25 is $243,068, meaning the $250,000 amount is still 3% more than what the city contributed in the current fiscal year. And also the staff that is dedicated to the city, to that district, 25% of the salaries for that staff is funded from the general fund. So that's why the total general fund's contribution is accounted for in the partly is in the salaries and benefits. There's no bill sent to the district. It's just payroll is charged 25% to the general fund. General fund picks up the tab. It's seamless. I mean, there's no like manual transaction in that area. And the other amount, which is a transfer in from general fund into the district, is 3% more overall. I'm not going into the line item detail. You probably are more, into those details. But that's 3% more, just like the assessment, which is 3% more. So now, I mean, I will let you, figure out the.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go back and forth, because here then I'll ask, how much is the city taking in the cost pool? And we're going to go back and forth. But this is something that I would like to go. But one of my main questions, and I know that I'm at time, but I haven't had this question answered really quickly because this is important, is what is being sent out to the homeowners and what are we approving? Because last year, when we had this same reading, and then they came back, we weren't able to make any more changes. So I'm being told that after this, I can meet with staff and we can make changes.
Robert
and then it comes back
Edric.
again and we can approve the final.
Yeah, I do respectfully want to be mindful that it's 9 o'clock and we'd love to get to the budget item this evening. So maybe Robert, Armijo, and Edric, can you please assist in answering that question?
So this is the draft report. We've identified a few typographical errors. We'll correct those, and it's basically this report that's going to go to the homeowners. We have a required 10-day business day notice that we have to provide to the homeowners of the actual adoption, which will occur on the 24th, or that's what we're recommending, that we actually adopt the document.
So between then and now, again, I haven't had my answer yet. So between then and now, are we going to be able to make changes to the numbers should we find any other errors? Or when it comes back, we're just going to have to approve it because we're out of time? Because that's what happened last year.
We have until we need to publicly notice the document to make changes.
So when it comes back, we can, between now and when it comes back, we can make changes to the numbers if we find.
No, they said there's 10. What I heard is that there's a couple of days. And I think what staff are trying to do is we're trying to suggest that respectfully, right, that even though there's concern about this $570,000 subsidy, right, is what we are hearing, is that we want to provide staff more time to work through that with the council as a whole, and that we're suggesting that we continue as is. I think if there was a desire to go revisit everything, then the item would not meet the county assessor's deadline. So I think it just depends on what is the preference.
Well, my desire is to meet with staff to make sure that the numbers are correct. So between now and when we have to approve the final, that we have an opportunity to look at all the numbers.
But this is the engineer. The engineer is submitting this report. You have to approve the report to go forward with the process of having the hearing. So it's not really envisioned that one council member works with the engineer until you get a different report. You could have done that several weeks ago, but the engineer's report.
tried.
Many inputs may have gone into this, but we're now at a meeting. This is the report. You can change this report tonight. Does the council want to come back and look at this report? I mean, some of these things, the whole idea is there's an independent entity, the engineer, It's not the 98 report, it's the report for this upcoming hearing. And the council looks at the report, decides that it's appropriate, puts it out there, has the hearing on that report, and then either goes forward with the assessment or doesn't go forward with the assessment. You don't have to go forward with the assessment. The idea is that when the public comes to the hearing, they know what the report says, they know what the assessment is of their property, and the council can approve it. So
then what I heard is between now and then, we can't make changes again like we did the year before.
No, that's
and the
not
year
what we
prior.
said. We said this evening, the item actually in the recommended action, it says preliminary engineer's report for
Yeah,
next
but
fiscal year.
It is the report.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
if they went out and the engineer changes the report in 5 days, how do we get the council approval of that report?
Exactly. So what I'm unclear about is, it appears as though all of the engineers here, and there are several, have tried their very best, and finance experts have tried their very best to explain and understand what the concerns are. If this, I guess, what math is wrong? I think we don't understand.
We don't have time to go through that now, so.
I want to apologize to everyone. I thought that we would be able to get through these items without having time checks, but I'm going to have to check the record to see how much time Vice Mayor Cepeda took with his questions, because we can't do council this way. Because I gave him unfettered amount of time, I'm going to give the rest of the speakers that same amount of time, but I know that I know that they won't take advantage of the council or the public. So, Councilmember Wilson.
Hi, thank you. So my questions are much more basic, but maybe will shed some light, I think a lot of us up here are pretty confused and have different understandings of this, of what this is. My understanding coming to this meeting, which you can tell me if I was wrong about, because certainly people on the council are holding different understandings, is I thought the way a special district, landscape and lighting district, or you're just a landscape district, functions is that the city contributes to that area at essentially the same level that they contribute to every other area for landscaping, and then the residents put money on top of that. It's not that, yeah, it's not that the city is paying more money to Hilltop than it is to Richmond Annex, where I live, which doesn't have.
You're right, but that's not how it's been happening in practice. In practice, there is, according to the math, it appears as though there has been an additional subsidy beyond what is required.
So again, the maths aren't mathing for me either, because what you're claiming here is.
I just said it appears.
Appears, okay. What that sounds to me like is that you're making a claim that $88,000 is normally what the city, which is the legally required amount, is normally what the city would pay to landscape this area
I would
for
defer
a
to
year.
the engineer's report.
Yeah.
I'm not a subject matter expert in landscaping districts.
I would appreciate you going through the chair.
Oh yeah, sorry. And let me just finish the thought. Okay, so that's ridiculous, right? Like that's not even or maybe that's one person. Like to say like one person's going to landscape the Hilltop district for a year is crazy. So clearly the city, if there was no special district there, would be contributing more than $88,000 to that district. And so when you say like the 570 is a subsidy, which makes it sound like we don't get that in District 1 or District 3 or District anything else, we're only giving it to Hilltop. Part of that 570 is just the cost of what it costs to landscape Hilltop at the normal city standard. It has to be, because you can't do it for $88,000. So what does that $88,000 really mean? That required amount?
So I'll try to take my own stab at this, but maybe Edric can help. The $88,000 is not the cost that it takes to landscape that district. That is the city's share of the cost of that district, right? So and so the 88,000 is what the city's legally minimum required share of that is, right? So the idea is that, it's kind of there's a benefit that you get to that district that wouldn't ordinarily be there. There's parks that are being funded. There's nice landscaping along the parkways that you can enjoy while you're driving by, and the other residents of Richmond would be able to enjoy those amenities. So that 88,000 represents the city's share.
So sorry if I can jump in. The 88,000 is what the city owes to the Hilltop district to say, thanks for having a nice area for me to drive through on the way to the mall. I don't live there.
Correct.
Right? But again, if there was no special district, the city would also have to pay, I think it's called the direct benefit, right? The direct benefit. Like, so everyone who lives in Hilltop, like all of us in the city get a special benefit by going, a general benefit by driving through. And then the residents get a direct benefit by being close to it. And generally when we pay landscaping, like again, I'm in the annex, you're paying enough to cover the general benefit and my direct benefit because I pay taxes. And so so again, I'm just trying to point out that like, it's not, I don't think it's as clear as like 88,000 is what they would get if they didn't have a special district. And anything we put above that is inequity. It's basically like something that we're being overly nice to one district and not the other.
So-
That's how I understand it. Like if I,
May I just, so I think Edric covered this very well. So the $88,000, 88,000, yeah. It's if I'm a resident in that area and I'm contributing to this special district, there's $88,000 that they are not contributing anymore because of the benefit for the rest of the city, right? But that's not what the city's paying. The city's paying $570,000.
But what I'm
So
saying-
if you can say right now, eliminate the district, it's $570,000. Is
that's
that
what the
enough?
city- that-
Well, compare it to District 1. One park. I mean, I would like to hear what are the other three parks in Hilltop. But in our accounts, in the staff accounts, there's one park in Hilltop area and 4 parks in Marina. So you tell me, if there are 4 parks here and 1 park here, which one requires more maintenance, more resources?
So I'm not going to keep us up all night doing this, but I just want to say, like, I agree with my council members, but I agree with other council members that I don't think that Hilltop, or again, I'm speaking indirectly in the next item, should get more from the city. From like
No, but what I'm saying is, let's make a very simple proportional comparison, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have one park and receive $570,000, park and medians, of course, right? If you have 4 parks, multiply that by 4.
Mm-hmm.
If you have, I don't know, how many parks? 20 parks?
47.
47 parks, multiply each of them by 570,000. That's your relationship, easily.
I don't. Okay, I'll just pass. I'm completely
And
lost.
again, we haven't done the analysis. I'm just trying to compare.
All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think my question is, if we don't have a special district, but we want to have a highest standard, which everybody in Richmond deserves, in the parks, in the medians, what will be that cost? And in that part, what will be that cost in general? And then you can tell me, based on that, what will be the cost of this special district? Because then I will know if actually we are subsidizing or no, right?
So we don't have that answer, direct answer right now, but I can tell you something that we already gave you in November. And it's not only for medians and parks, it's also for paving, for complete streets, for traffic safety, for traffic calming, for trees, for everything. And we gave you a number that is our best step at this moment. We're going to have a better number in November, but right now we told you we need $100 million every year every year. Not in 1 year, every year for the next 10 years, we need $100 million. If we only have, let's say, half of that, so we can only do half of that.
Yeah, so I think like it's good to know what is the standard, what we will need, and then based on what we can pay or these things. And to consider if it's still a benefit to have this special district or not. Because and also like for me, what I feel this is that it creates inequity because it means that people who can pay more will receive more high levels of services in these areas than other people in other part of the city. So that is where I am sitting right now to see, like, yeah, they are paying above the standard. So, but the standard is so low for everybody else that then this difference are really kind of like, we can see it because the weeds get so tall in some parts because the standard is so low. The building environment has improved. I am not saying that it's not. It has improved a little bit, but we need better standards on how we want to see the city. And if we have these special districts where people with more money can pay more, and we continue to have this low standard for maintenance in the city, then that difference is like the gap is going to be higher because it creates that inequality. So in order for me to continue to have this decision about whether it's good or not to have these special districts, I will need kind of like to know more about how much money will cost to have a good standard for the whole city. And because I don't know, like there is a thing here where it says, no, it's not subsidized. Yes, it's a subsidy. So I just feel like we need to have that information.
And I think that information is valid. We don't have it yet, but I can tell you, staff, when we think about providing the community, we don't discriminate if it's a special district or not a special district. All the residents have to receive the same quality. And at this point, I would say that the thinking about eliminating a special district or not should not be the conversation. It's too early. We need to gather all the information, and probably nothing needs to change. It just needs to improve, and that is with time. And I think when we come back in November, we'll be able to provide you more information that is going to allow the City Council to give us better or clearer direction that it will satisfy all the districts.
And I will finish with this. I kind of like will challenge your argument about we provide everybody the same, because if we see how much staff or how many people are working in the special district versus the whole city and the 47 parks, we see there a big difference.
I'm not saying we're providing, we're saying that's what we want. That's what we
okay, I'm glad that you...
But what I'm saying, if we see everybody the same, that's what I want to be very
But we are not doing it right now in terms of like just looking at the staff that we allocate for these special districts versus the whole city. I can, like, you cannot tell me that it's the same services, because services is the people who are going to do the maintenance. And when we have 10 to 12 people in one district and the same people for 47 parks, then I will like, it's like that, the argument about we provide the same level of services to everybody is not true. But I understand that this is your desire to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just make a comment. What the issue you guys have worked on tonight is the equity issue. You're not going to fix that issue tonight. That's going to take some effort. The issue tonight is whether you go forward with this assessment. And the question is, the assessment raises, I think, almost $1.3 million. Are you any better off not collecting $1.3 million towards maintenance in the city? If you don't go forward with the assessment, then you don't collect the $1.3 million. It doesn't necessarily kill the district forever, but it means you don't get $1.3 million contribution for landscape maintenance in the city. The equity issue, I think you've identified, needs to be looked at and figured out. But do you want to forego $1.3 million? And I suppose if you don't do this, you're not going to do the other. So it's maybe several million of dollars coming in to do maintenance for the coming year.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson?
I'm going to try to be as quick as I possibly can. So this is my third Groundhog Day, and I'm feeling like kind of like I'm losing my mind a little bit because I feel like we've been here, we've had this conversation, we've done that, and we just keep coming back and having the same result, where Hilltop doesn't feel satisfied with what they're getting, you know? They don't feel like they're getting enough, and then everyone else is not really getting anything that they need either. And then we keep moving forward because this is what we've always done. And at some point, we have to say, maybe what we've always done is folly. It's wrong. It's not working. And maybe we need to come up with a new plan. And maybe that year is maybe not this exact assessment district year, but maybe it's tomorrow. We get together and we figure out a plan, because I can't go through another Groundhog Day. I have, since I was, the first person to represent District 3, one of the biggest things that I had an issue with, especially being somebody who's dealt with parks for 20 years in my district, was the painful inequity of the distribution of city resources and city services in District 3, District 1, not District 1, the other district, Councilmember Brown's district. Yeah. And it's just, you take a drive up Cutting Boulevard, you can't see the houses on the other side for the weeds, Our parks are pathetic. I mean, we literally have created organizations to take care of our own parks because we've never had the services. And so, what I would like to do tonight is stop this conversation. I think because we do not have a plan, it's better not to blow up the ship, but let this be the last Groundhog Day. Let's go away, let's investigate. What would it take to end a special district? What would it take to generate the kinds of funds that we would need in order to replace those funds? Maybe we don't end it, maybe we don't. Let's come up with a plan that actually eliminates the inequity. Because we're not getting anywhere if we continue on with this thing and Hilltop's not happy, they don't like what they have, and we're not happy. So why keep doing it? So for the benefit of tonight, I say we move this thing forward. The city's got a long time. We can get this on the things, but then tomorrow, let's start working on a plan so we don't have another Groundhog Day. That is my comment.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a final statement. I agree. I do want to move along. And it's inside the reports. It says, the following table is provided to outline the baseline maintenance received throughout the city and the enhanced maintenance received within the districts. So when you keep trying to convince us that everyone receives the same level of care or maintenance, that's absolutely not true. It says it in the engineer's report that
there is different levels of maintenance that are provided to the city overall and to the districts in question. And trust me, this is not a dig or a jab at our maintenance crew. They're doing the best that they can with what they got. We are short-staffed, they're spread thin, I get it. This is a deeper issue. It's woven into the systems that was created for this type of situation. And so just like my colleagues mentioned, moving forward, we need to revisit this report that designed and structured these districts the way that they are, the way that a certain area in the city receives enhanced. And if you look at the table and you see what's included in the enhanced maintenance versus the baseline, I'm looking at the baseline. We don't even receive the baseline. So that's my issue. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to digress, and I'm going to squeeze on my little stress balls that I got from the literacy fair, and I'm going to end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's my turn to take up 20 minutes. Okay, 25, I'm sorry.
Take an hour.
I will. So I'm curious. I heard our attorney Alshire say that we would be losing $1.3 million of special assessment taxes if we don't go through with this. So if 1.3 million is generated from special taxes from people, businesses who are in this district, how much on top of that 1.3 million is supplied by the general fund?
I'm going to ask our closer, Mr. Avinash Nadan, to answer that question.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. The general fund contribution total amount is 570,512. Of that amount, 320,152 is 25% salary and benefits contribution that is paid directly in the general fund, and 250,360 is cash contribution towards the Hilltop District Fund.
So what I'm hearing is that 25% is from the general fund and 75% is from the special taxes, special assessments?
Yes.
Okay. So,
also, while I have the opportunity, I'd like to make a correction for administrative record that there has been no transfer out from Hilltop District Fund to General Fund historically. Any unspent funds rolls back into the fund balance, and the city has not taken money from the district into General Fund.
I'll dispute that.
excuse me. Sir? Well, you can do it in a private conversation. Yeah,
Go for the record.
Okay, so a lot of my confusion comes from the numbers that were given in terms of the various districts. I remember Juan saying that in Zone 1 is 540,000, Zone 2 is 659,000, Zone 3 is 83,000. So are those the amounts of that are collected from those zones?
That's the cost, the budget for each of the zones.
Okay, so let's say Parchester Village, which is on this map. They're not in the special zone. How much money is spent in terms of maintenance?
So, Mayor, What SCI is working on is to establish what they think would be the baseline citywide. And so I believe their goal is to have that report done in July. Right now, what it would be is, and Jason can speak to this, it would be essentially what the staff that are not assigned to Hilltop or Marina Bay, those staff, what is remaining, and then we can pull that out as part of our Q&A for the budget.
Okay, and so my next question is that, for instance, Parchester Village versus the Iron Triangle, how would the difference in amounts necessary for maintenance in those districts differ?
It depends on what amenities they have. And so, for example, like Parkchester has a community center and there's a park there at the community center. Not every neighborhood has a community center, and different neighborhoods have different levels of parks.
Right, and the Iron Triangle has the same thing. Yeah.
Right. Mhm.
Okay, all right, so I can tell that my questions are to be answered in the next chapter. And, I do enjoy seeing how this Groundhog Day is going to be different from all the other Groundhog Days. And it sounds like we have.
Just wait till the next agenda item.
Yes, so that's right. We could have the next. Anyway, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the preliminary engineer's report for 25-26.
And I'll second it.
Oh, I'm not done yet. It's a long paragraph.
Keep going, man.
For the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District, bringing it back June 24th with updates from the community, and declare the City Council's intention to increase and collect the annual assessment and schedule a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment on June 24th, 25 at 5 p.m. the City Council chambers.
I just want to clarify, I'm not confident that if we come back on the 24th, we can certainly try that will make the county assessor's deadline.
That's the,
Or
you guys put June 24th here. I just read.
I thought you wanted to come back with changes, is what I thought I heard you say.
Yes.
That's not what you said?
And what I understood from you all
That's
earlier
not
was
what's in the
that
recommended
there would be
action.
enough time to be
No,
able
I
to
s-
work with it. That was one of my questions I had. Will there be time to make changes? Because for
I
the
think
past
that
3
if
years,
the
there hasn't
council
been.
wants to make changes, there needs to be an ad hoc, that it can't just be a council member who's representing that district, because it has general fund impacts. So I don't think that that's an appropriate position to put staff in.
I think what staff was saying is they could fix the typos, but not substantively change.
And
the
what I'm
entire
saying is the numbers, because last year, the numbers were also incorrect. We were in a deficit. I had to spend time showing how those were incorrect. So again, it's
I think you were
Groundhog Day,
probably, I
but
think
we're
you were
not
probably in a
fixing it.
deficit because we didn't say.
Well,
that-
okay, he has made a motion, we need a second. Do we have a second? There is no second, so we need another motion.
I'd like to make an alternative motion to accept the recommended action for this year, for the final year, final Groundhog Day, and move this forward with the recommended actions. And City Attorney, is it appropriate for me to add on something to address the larger issue, or should I bring that at a different time?
I think you can, that actually is to adopt this resolution.
Yeah.
And I think you can suggest that we include a clause in the resolution to direct this further study and developing broader recommendations that won't all be effectuated by the time of the hearing.
Yes. So I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution as written and add to that creating either an ad hoc committee or directing staff to work on a long-term solution for this recurring inequity issue.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bada?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
No.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Zepeda voting no. Okay, are we going to go to?
And just to supplement that, I think what staff can do is think through what the process will be to deal with these other issues. We'll bring that back separately for a future action, whether it's an ad hoc or so forth. But we'll figure out what that's going to look like, and we'll bring that back as another matter,
Staff would like to have an ad hoc.
an ad hoc.
And it's up to the mayor to create ad hocs, correct?
Yes.
Are we moving to item P2? Item P2 is to adopt a resolution approving the preliminary engineer report for fiscal year 25-26 from the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, declaring the city council's intention to increase the annual assessment in the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, and setting a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment for June 24th, 2025 at 5 p.m. City Council Chambers at 440 Civic Center Plaza in the city of Richmond. We have one speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
I'm happy to see that Councilmember Wilson came back. I got the feeling, yeah, she had snuck out.
Because I know that Councilmember Wilson is an adamant advocate for her district, I'm going to keep us to 5 minutes each council member. Sorry. Okay, presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. For the record, my name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. I have with me Avinish Nadan from the Finance Department, and also Jason Lacey, who is our Park Superintendent. I also have online Tony Thrasher with Wildan, who is the engineer that prepared this report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tony to present on this, and I will have some closing comments and recommendations at the end. Thank you. Go ahead and KCRT, can you please put up the presentation for Tony that he will present on?
Great. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Tony Thrasher with Wildan Financial. So go ahead and let's get started with the next slide. All right, so the Marina Bay Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District, formed in 2009 to provide a method of funding whole or in part the oh, thank you, much bigger. But the ongoing operation, maintenance, and servicing of the landscaping lighting improvements within the Marina Bay area, right? And so the assessment that will go on the tax roll for the properties that are within the district is for the special benefit that they are paying for. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, could you speak a bit louder?
Sure. Can you hear me? Try some.
Maybe it's just KCRT.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Much better.
Right. So there are two zones within the Marina Bay District. Zone 1 encompasses around 99% of all the parcels, and Zone 2 is the remainder of that. Just to kind of give a little idea of those two, because I know we were talking about the different zones for the prior district was, so for Zone 1, those parcels are receiving direct special benefits from both the local streetscape landscape areas and the overall park and trail improvements within the district, while Zone 2 is only receiving the special benefits of the overall park and trail improvements within that district. So that is the difference between those two. Next slide, please. Great. So the difference, or let's say the split of the general benefit share for this district is different. 42% of the total annual costs and expenses is city funded, with 58% that is funded by the property owners. The maximum assessment rates are adjusted annually by 3%. So below you could see on the left what the maximum assessment rate is for 25-26. And then on the right would be the actual or assessed rate per each of those zones. Next slide, please. The total assessment for 25-26 is $758,000, while the city's contribution share is $505,000. So think of it as the top is what the property owners will be paying, and the bottom is the city contribution share. Next slide, please. And to keep it short and sweet, because SCI did a lot of that discussion about special versus general benefit. Just, next steps are exactly the same. Conduct a public hearing. Prior to that would be the mailer that goes out to the property owners for that notice. And then then there would be the public hearing. And then we would submit the property roll to the county by the August 10th deadline, which falls on a Sunday, so it would be a little bit before that. Next slide, please. There we go, and here's kind of put some dates on that. So you've already heard these dates because these two districts tend to flow along with each other, right? So exact same there. And next slide, I believe, is the oh, there we go. So I'm going to pass it on back to Robert, and he'll take it from here.
So we received some additional comments that we prepared a slide on so that council would be aware of the other conversations that we've had. So the one concern that we heard had to do with the resident notification process. Concerns were raised about how residents were notified. Mailers are to be sent out prior to the public hearing, not necessarily for this meeting, but for the 24th. So as Tony had mentioned, that we need a 10-day notice period prior to the 24th meeting in order to notice the public that this meeting, that the final engineer's report will be adopted. The next concern that we had to do has to do with repair and replacement funding. This district's funding is primarily for routine maintenance. There's some funding set aside for repairs. However, the larger capital repair and replacement requests are handled outside of the district funding, and that goes through the city's budget funding for CIPs. And so those would require separate requests. The capital improvement CIP process was also brought up. This is treated as the same for all other neighborhoods when it comes to CIP project eligibility, evaluation, and prioritization. And then the final question had to do with the lining renovations. As noted in the budget study session materials, on the attachments listed on the slide, the Marina Bay lighting project is identified in the footnotes. Staff is currently scoring the project and intends to include it as an unfunded request in future budget iterations if finance issues a request for an updated list. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for fiscal year 25-26 for the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, LLMD, declare the City Council's intent to levy and collect annual assessments, and set a public hearing about the proposed increased assessments for June 24th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. in City Council chambers at 440 Civic Center Plaza in the City of Richmond Public Works Department. That concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions or entertain any dialogue. Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have public speakers?
We have one in-person public speaker and one online. Cordell Henler?
So I'm gonna keep this short because it's getting close. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Henler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Robert and Tony, for this presentation. So as I stated before, I looked at the resolution. I don't have no problem with it. So just set the public hearing for June 24th. That's it.
We have one online speaker.
Bobbin Khatri, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Bhavin Khatri. I'm the president of the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council. I raised my hand in the previous item, but for some reason wasn't called. But that's okay. This is also related. So as you know, for a special district, we pay special assessment that is levied on our property taxes, and it's not something that obviously residents in Hilltop and Marina they're happy
Excuse me?
with.
We are on the Marina Bay item, and that's what you
Yeah, I
need to
am
be
talking.
speaking to.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
talking about both district, Hilltop and Marina Bay. I'm talking about the assessment district in general. Well, anyways, so the issue that you guys made it this an equity issue when the reality is that the assessment that we pay, we're not getting the service in return. In fact, city takes more from us, and our resources are allocated
I'm
elsewhere.
sorry. We have not mentioned the equity issue on this, on the Marina
That
Bay
that
item.
that doesn't matter. I
And,
mean, I can speak to it.
numbers that you're quoting have nothing to do with Hilltop, have everything to do with Hilltop and nothing to do with the Marina Bay.
Well,
So,
like I said in my previous comment, I raised my hand from the previous, but I wasn't called for some reason. So
The speaker was
that's
not called because he raised his hand after speakers were called, and, it was too late then.
Let's just hear him. It's just 1 minute.
all right. Can I continue, or am I going to continue to be interrupted?
go ahead.
Can I continue? Okay. All right. So, anyway, so we are not getting good service, and I'm gonna speak for the resident of the Hilltop district um, here. Now, you can bring this up to a vote to get rid of this special district, and we'd be happy to vote for it. So, if you really want to get rid of it, because we're not getting the service that we need. The other thing is that. I'm quite surprised that our infrastructure director doesn't know that we have 4 parks in Hilltop District, and that are being maintained by their own staffing that are assigned to Hilltop District. So it is not correct that we only have 1 park here. The other thing in the report that is I wanted to point out is the new development that was just put together, is that included in the assessment, the new development, the housing development, because that is on the Hilltop district assessment area. And the last thing I want to mention is if you really want to improve it, then implement a weed spraying program, because you're putting unnecessary burden on your staff by not having the weed spraying program.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So, questions from, let me get my timer together here. Okay, so any questions?
I would like to make a motion after the question.
Okay, Councilmember Wilson.
Okay, so I actually first have a question for the city attorney. A couple of times there's been a reference to like getting rid of the special districts. Like, does the city council, can it vote to disband a special district? Because I think it's created by a resident vote, from what I understand.
It is created by resident vote, which is one of the reasons these things get established when the developer, the property owner. So they're very hard to get established where you have a bunch of people because people won't vote for them. So the only way they get established is in a developer area where it's set up in advance, and when people move in, it's already there.
But to disband it, would it be a vote of those residents, or would the city council have jurisdiction over that?
You can, if the council goes down the road of disbanding it, the council can put it out for a vote and can also do it itself.
Okay, just curious. So my questions are, so thank you for the presentation, and Mr. Mayhew's already answered some of my questions offline, but I'm going to ask a couple of things just to have them, so that the community can hear some things that you and I have already, that you've helpfully already given me some answers on. I got some emails today from folks who were concerned that the report, that they were hearing about the report the first time today, or last week when it came on the agenda, and I emailed them. I'll say one of the people on the neighborhood council I talked to said she got it from Cordell Hindler, is how she found out about this report. So special shout out to Cordell for providing that service that we weren't providing. And so, and you put my mind at ease to the extent that there is still time to make revisions to this report tonight, that the report that's here is not necessarily baked in stone. But one of the things that I wanted to sort of to say is that the Marina Bay Lighting and Landscaping District does have an advisory committee, and one of the things I'm going to make a motion at the end to amend the resolution to ask that next year any sort of report like this engineer's report that it go to the advisory committee for review before it comes here for this process. And I forgot what today's called about, this levy process, what we're doing today. And so one of the questions I had for you is, do you think you would be able to bring a copy of that report 2 weeks before you bring it to council for this first conversation in the future? Is that a reasonable timeline?
I think we would probably be able to discuss the budget lines.
Yeah, I think that's the primary, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd be prepared to, it might be a little unfair to give one group the entire report ahead of the entire city.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion to ask for that instead. And then the other thing I wanted to address, which again, your presentation has already taken some steps to address, which I appreciate, is it's sort of well, to me it's complicated, maybe other people have it very clear, is figuring out what's paid for under the special district versus what's just a general city, role that they play in Marina Bay. Because if you look at the report, the special district is intended to cover a pretty specific set of services, and it's not everything. And so one of the frustrations that folks were feeling in Marina Bay is that I think it was the advisory committee, the MBLL advisory committee, that sort of is the holder of this list of potential projects, just because they're kind of paying the most attention to the physical space, and people come to them, but they're not things that could be possibly handled under something the size of the MBLL. And I sent Public Works a list yesterday. And I won't read the whole list here, but it's just to give people examples. They're not really enhancements. A lot of them are safety things. That I don't know to what extent this is true, because I haven't inspected any of this, and I don't know if the city has, but the committee is concerned that the boardwalk along the bay has dry rot, and so they're concerned both of the planks and the underpinnings. And then the upright standards on the railings that keep people on the boardwalk and out of the ocean, or I guess the bay, are rusting. And so I guess there's some concerns about those breaking down. So it's things of that nature. It's not, like an azalea garden. It's like, and so I know from our previous insane discussion about benches, like we have liability for maintaining things. 4th of July, I don't know how many people come down to that park during the 4th of July, but it's thousands of people will be on, this boardwalk and peering out over the bay. So I think the city has, it would be wise for the city to have plans for maintaining this stuff. And again, like these are projects that I think this falls outside, the projects like this that's not the scope of the MBLL, am I correct?
That's correct. The things that you've just described would fall outside of the scope of what's being funded through the landscaping lighting district. I believe that some of those items were included in the CIP budget, and they will be scored. You know, I don't know if Joseph Munoz is in the back room, but he might be able to clarify exactly what was on the list. And
Well, what I'm going to propose, again, in the interest of time, is like, I'm going to make a motion asking you guys within 60 days to just respond to the items about sort of what the status is and what, you know, is it an MBLL thing? Is it a CIP thing? Is there a plan to do it? Are we not doing it? And was that 5 minutes? Wow, went fast.
That was 5 minutes.
Okay, so, but I got through it, thank you. And so if I'm ready to make a motion, unless anyone else wants to talk.
Okay, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. I like Wilden's report. So the two LMDs are very different, the way that they charge. I like the report on page 7. It's a great, really great chart that deviates between the general benefit and special benefit. If we were able to do that for all, but this is a great chart to be able to see what the level should be and then what the special benefit, and that is a piece that we keep missing in the other report. So if we can get that there, that would be great. And then Councilor Wilson mentioned that they can make changes, but in the prior agenda item, changes would not be able to be made. So the next agenda item that comes up, there wouldn't be anything in this, what I had heard.
If I may, through the chair, so what I heard was a list of questions. And so what I was going to suggest is if those list of questions include items that are outside of what is going to be covered by the MBLLMD, that we attach those to P3.
Attach it to what?
P3, the budget item. Because if they're not just special assessment items, if there's some that are general fund items,
Right.
that would be more appropriate.
I guess part of the question is I don't know which ones I would attach to this. And so can I just attach everything to everything and we be done with
Well,
it?
I
just don't want to go through a list of 10 things and have a debate over what's MBLL.
Right. So I would suggest we attach them all to, for the sake of the conversation, to P3.
Oh, to P3.
Since we don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I can, okay. So I'll amend P3 to add the second part. Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion unless other people.
And then I have one more question. Question for the city attorney on Proposition 218, Articles C and D to the California Constitution. It says generally requires voter approval for any tax increases exceeding 2%. Is that your interpretation? That, because we want 3% out of the LMDs. Do we need to do anything special? Is that?
Well, we're having the hearing, and my understanding is that you can go up to a 3%. And we're having the hearing, and you know, we can look at it between now and then.
Okay, because what I found is that it's 2%, but you're saying 3%. If we can just check it to make sure that the numbers are correct. Perfect, no more other questions, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Like the last item, I think we just move forward, address the underlying issues, the long-term solution, and just to know that right as we speak, people in District 3 are watching this meeting, and they're angry. They are angry. I think we need to move on, and I think we need to just get with the long-term plan.
I have a very quick question.
Councilmember Pana.
Very quick question for clarification. So people pay HOA, is any of that go to landscaping or no? The city does all the landscaping, just clarification.
Two different things.
It's both. If you live in an area that has an HOA, right? Like, so say you're in Marina Bay and you live in the Signature development, right? The one that's right adjacent to the police station. You have an HOA because you live in a townhome. So on that little area that's, in that community in particular, there isn't a gate, but in that area, that's part of that HOA, then yes, the HOA takes care of that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Brown.
Yes, so I just had a quick question regarding the contribution from the city. I saw that it was at the minimum Prop 218 requirement. I was wondering, is that normal for it to, versus the other one? So the one previous was 3 times the amount of the legal requirement, and this one was right at the minimum. Is that a certain reason? I believe the presenter was trying to explain it when the volume was like really, really low.
Tony, can you help with the question on what's the legal minimum? Without going into the specific numbers, we are exceeding the minimum contribution in this district. But
I was just asking because the report said that it was at the minimum, like the 11,000 or something like that was the minimum. And so I was just trying to understand from the past item was exceeding the minimum. And I was trying to understand are we not covering as much here, or like what the issue?
Sure.
Tony, can you help with this question?
Sure, yeah. So the actual benefit shares between the two districts is different. So I could only really speak to the Marina Bay one.
Right.
So within the engineer's report, the city's contribution share overall is 42% of the district. But within that, depending on the individual cost items, it actually is different. There's a different percent share. And overall, so all going back to the original kind of 25% that it starts with is because Marina Bay has 4 times the amount of trails and parkways than the rest of the city does, right? So it creates that kind of ratio. And then from there, it builds from there, depending on what the cost items are and the individual special benefit shares of those cost items, ultimately arriving to 48% of the budget for Marina Bay being covered by the general fund, as opposed to the remainder of the 58% that's covered by the property owners. So within the report, that's how it kind of divvies up and divides up those costs to make sure that it conforms to the benefit assessment within the report and the engineer's report, as well as what the individual cost items therein.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification around the 2 minimum requirements.
Thank you.
Also,
Oh, did you have more?
well, I know that Councilman Wilson said she was going to make a motion, but I also did not want to lapse with the ending of the previous item, that language being put into this one as well.
I'll put it in.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Prop 218 does not set a minimum contribution of the city to any of the LMDs. Prop 218, and I need some confirmation here.
We would defer to the city attorney's office.
There isn't some sort of monetary minimum. It's this determination of what the special benefit versus the general. So it's all determined by the engineer's report in the particular case.
Yeah, thank you. So what I was getting at is the 2 LMDs were created separately, differently. The first LMD, Hilltop, was created with a horrible mathematical equation for each location. Marina was created later, and then they figured that's horrible, easy math, 25, 75, easy split. and that's how they came up with that. 218 doesn't set that minimum. It was the voter-approved ballot measure that said this is going to be taxed 25.75, and then the numbers there then fluctuate a little bit based on the math. And then the Hilltop got the wrong numbers every once in a while because they kept looking at Marina, and that's where the 25% for employees that comes from. It comes from that era from many years ago. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I would like to make a motion. Okay, so it starts with what's already in the agenda, which I guess I have to read. Adopt a resolution approving the preliminary engineer's report for fiscal year 2025 to 2026 for the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, declaring the City Council's intention to increase the annual assessment in the MBLLMD, and setting a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment for June 24th, 2025 at 5 p.m. in the City Council chambers at 440 Civic Center Plaza in the city of Richmond. And then adding to that, which I will email this to the clerk afterwards, is beginning in the budget year 26-27, the engineer report will be presented to the MBLLMD Advisory Committee for input at least 2 weeks prior to the City Council's, oh, shoot, you wanted it to be just the budget part of it, sorry. The budget section, okay, I'll start again. Beginning in budget year 26-27, the budget section of the engineer's report will be presented to the MBLLMD Advisory Committee for input at least 2 weeks prior to the City Council's consideration of the resolution of intent to levy assessments. And that the MBLLMD will be included in the further study of special assessment districts in order to develop broader recommendations. Is that what was tacked on last time?
Looking at equity issues.
Right.
Can someone give me the exact language and I'll put it in?
He said.
I think you're good. We'll just conform the motion to the first one.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, so my memory was that it was to direct staff and a request from the city, from the mayor to create an ad hoc committee
Yes.
to work with staff to create a long-term plan to address equity issues when it comes to landscape maintenance services.
Right, that was what we said in the first one.
So I'm sorry, I did it
we
from
would-
memory.
we would
Someone wants to
repeat
give
that.
me the language.
She just did.
Okay.
So instead of what you said,
It was to.
You said it, she got the note. When we do the minutes, we'll make sure that that language is in both of them.
Thank you.
I think the key parts is that we're creating an ad hoc committee
The ad
that's going
hoc
to work
committee was
with
part of both. I left
council
that
members and
out.
staff,
Yep.
probably city attorney's office as well, to come up with long-term solutions to address the equity issue in landscape maintenance services.
I second that.
Is there a second?
I second that.
You ready?
Okay, so do we have a second?
Councilmember Brown.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right.
Ready?
Let's vote.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
KCRT, can you please put up the PowerPoint for P3? Good evening.
Our next item.
Oh, sorry, I'm ready to go. We have 48 minutes left.
Item P3 is to receive the draft fiscal year 25-26 annual operating budget and fiscal year 25 through 30 5-year capital improvement plan budget presentation and provide direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. We have speakers in-house. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sorry, I was a little overly zealous, given the hour. So, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council and Richmond Community, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. Next slide. Here's a brief overview of what we'd like to cover this evening. I'd like to remind the City Council and the community that we continue to be in a state audit. As the Finance Director will demonstrate on slide 18, we anticipate that over the last 5 years, once this budget is adopted, without that we anticipate that there will be an increase in spent on staffing of approximately $48.3 million. This budget currently does not include any increases because bargaining is in progress. And based on the increases that are approved, expenditures will be adjusted accordingly. Next slide. As we've stated before, city staff continued to be challenged in the current economic environment and with the current federal administration. Last week, we were working closely with the City Attorney's Office to gather information that was needed primarily from our Public Works Department, some of which we will cover today in terms of looking at where our grant funding is provided, a lot of which is for our CIP budget. But we continue to be concerned about inflation, interest rates, uncertainty around tariffs. It's just making it extremely difficult for us as staff and for all local governments to be able to thoughtfully plan because we are unsure of what are going to be the long-term and short-term implications from this administration and what is referred to as the one big beautiful bill. With that, we have been planning to think about if there are cuts to, for example, employment and training, if there are cuts to the Richmond Housing Authority, how do we remain flexible in the event that some of those staff need to be absorbed. And so those are all the things that we're currently grappling with as we put this budget forward. Next slide. Also, just a brief update on Executive Order 14287. The list has essentially sort of disappeared from the website for DHS, but we continue to be very concerned about this threat and our financial exposure as a result of the federal administration's ongoing threats against sanctuary jurisdictions. So as we're planning and as we have been over the last 6 months, we've been really trying to be prepared and remain nimble in the event that funding is reduced from the federal administration. Next slide. And so as you may recall, we've covered this in previous sessions, just wanted to make sure that the community is aware of the steps to bring you all a balanced budget, and here's what we've completed thus far. And on the next slide, you'll see what's forthcoming in the coming weeks. Next slide. And so today we are at June 3rd. You'll note that online and attached to this agenda report were responses to all of the questions that you asked last week. So this evening, we will continue in that same manner where we'll receive your questions and respond in writing for the administrative record. That allows us to be thoughtful about time. And our goal, I will be conferring with the mayor in advance of the June 17th meeting as required by the charter, and we will bring a balanced budget to City Council for adoption on June 24th. Next slide. And so just want to remind you that this evening you're just receiving the report and providing direction to staff, and that is usually in the form of your development checklist. You're certainly welcome to have conversations, and we will do our best to incorporate your recommendations into the budget, and we'll meet with the mayor, and again, as I stated previously, and as required by the charter in advance of the next meeting to flesh those things out. Next slide. So just want to remind council, as is stated in the staff report, that the limited term revenue, which is $48.5 million, is not currently anticipated to be used for salary and benefits because that is not a sustainable revenue stream. I unfortunately had the unfortunate situation of joining the city when we were previously facing layoffs, and so we're trying to be very thoughtful and very prudent and working with the three council members that brought forward the agenda item pertaining to how do we look at UAL. And so we anticipate that that will be coming to you in the coming weeks as that information is further refined, and that would impact what the council may want to consider here on slide 8. But for the time being, we are strongly encouraging the council, given all of the uncertainty at the federal level as well as ongoing trepidation with the economy, that we essentially provide the council with an opportunity to develop a long-term sustainable strategy for a transition to reduce dependence on Chevron. And with that, I will turn it over to Antonio, our revenue manager, to commence on slide 9. I guess, or maybe it's Andrea, but my notes say Antonio.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the council. Thank you, Shasa. For the sake of time, we tried to reduce the number of speakers due to the lateness of the hours. I will cover the revenue projections included in our fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget. The property tax category, our revenue estimates are based on a combination of the assessed valuation change of properties.
Next slide, please.
Thank you. Staff forecasted the assessed valuation, or AV, growth of 4%. The estimates are based on evaluation change of properties sold during the last calendar year, 2024. The valuation also includes anticipating the Chevron refinery remaining flat and all other properties increasing by about 2%. Actual changes in the AV, or assessed valuation, will not be known actual amounts until the Contra Costa County's assessor office publishes their listing in July. The sales tax category, the city works with our sales tax consultants, Avenue Insights and Analytics, and they prepare the projections for us. We're projecting about a 5.1% decrease, or $3 million. That's mainly due in part to the slowdown in the regional economy and some short-term sales tax revenues going away. In the utility users tax category, or UUT, we're projecting a 4.6% increase, or $2.9 million. The bulk of the change comes from UUT cap provision, which is tied to the Consumer Price Index, or the CPI, for energy services in the San Francisco metropolitan Bay Area. And the actual amounts are not known until early 2005. Other streams included in our UUT is for our gas and electric. Telecommunications are expected to remain flat or decrease. And then, as I stated before, the electricity is projected to grow. Next slide, please. The other tax category, we see a 21% increase, just under $5 million. This main item category is for documentary transfer tax. It's budgeted based on average transfer tax collected since that tiered structure was approved by voters in 2018 and in accordance with the city's guiding fiscal policies. The licenses, permits, and fees category, we're anticipating a 5.6% increase, or $920,000 increase, and that's tied to the Measure U for business license tax, and based on amounts received year-to-date with a modest growth factor included for next year. And the last category on this slide is for use of money and property. That's our interest income. We're projecting about a 69% increase, or about $1.2 million, and that's based on actual cash on hand and estimated interest rates. Next slide, please. Charges for services, I won't go into that one. I'll just touch on a couple of the others. The other revenue category is typically unpredictable and very low. And we typically don't forecast a lot in this category. However, for the upcoming fiscal year, we're seeing a large increase of about $50 million, and that includes the limited term revenue that was mentioned earlier. The remaining budgeted revenue funds are estimated by various departments and are typically very small. The operating transfers in category, we're actually projecting a decrease of about 10% in this category, or 2.4 million. Operating transfers in, and that's related to the pension tax override, because there is a large amount coming due on the retirement pension obligation bond payment, so therefore we're anticipating a slightly smaller amount transferred into our general fund. Next slide, please. And this slide is showing a side-by-side comparison of the fiscal year 2025-26 revenue proposed budget of $306,211,175. That's about a 22% increase over the current fiscal year 2024-25, or 55.9%. I'm sorry, $55.9 million increase. And again, that's largely as a result of the $50 million limited term income revenue. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows a bar chart comparison of the current fiscal year 2024, which is the blue bar, as compared to the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget, which is the green bar. It's just a little easier to see the year-over-year change, and you see in the other revenue category there in the middle of the slide, that's where we see the largest change. Next slide, please. High level, the expenditures category, salary and wages, that is one of the largest parts of our general fund expenditure category. Salary and wages assumptions include step increases for staff that are not currently at the top step of the salary scale where applicable. We talked about earlier this evening, there's about 11% vacancy savings, which is an increase from the current fiscal year's 6% savings approved by City Council in the current fiscal year. And this projection does not include cost of living adjustments for any of the bargaining units, as labor negotiations are currently underway. The payroll and fringe benefits category includes healthcare costs rate increases, which have increased approximately 13% from current fiscal year 2024-25, and in retirement rates that are based on the most recent CalPERS valuation reports. And then the other two categories remain baseline based on the current fiscal year's budget. Next slide, please. Okay. In the utilities category, utilities increase are based on the rate increases from our various agencies such as PG&E. Equipment and contract services are baseline, reflecting the current contract amounts. Provision for insurance loss, it reflects current insurance premiums. Their cost pool includes vehicles based on equipment services replacement lists. General liability rates are provided by our risk management to achieve an 80% confidence level over 5 years. And the Civic Center allocation reflects the Civic Center's debt service payment based on, and it's allocated to the various departments based on square footage used by the various programs. Debt service is based on the debt service payment schedules. Our A87 cost plan reimbursement is based on the current cost allocation plan. And operating transfers out includes recurring and one-time subsidies to other non-general fund programs. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 general fund expenditure budget, which is $257,711,175, as compared to the current fiscal year revised budget. It's about a 3.4% decrease in the current over the current fiscal year. And I've already gone over this in the assumptions budget. Just touching on a few highlights, we see a significant increase in the utilities category of about 29%, which is due to the rate increases I've mentioned earlier, and a 25.5% increase in provision for insurance loss. There are significant decreases in the grant expenditures of 34%, although it's a modest dollar impact, and a decrease of 43.8% in operating transfers out, or about $14.6 million. And that's primarily because the current fiscal year includes operating transfers out from the prior year unspent funds to other capital improvement projects. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows a bar chart to make it easier for the changes I went over already in the previous slides. And you could see the most significant changes are in operating transfers out, utilities, and the payroll fringe benefits. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a historical staffing cost across all funds and the net change in dollars and percent change. The historical amounts for fiscal year 2021-22 through 23-24 are actual amounts, and the current fiscal year reflects the revised budget, and then the total proposed budget is reflected in fiscal year 2025-26. On the right of the slide, you see that the costs have increased between 7.6 and 10.8% year over year between fiscal year 2022-23 through 24-25, and the projected increase in fiscal year 2025-26 is a modest 1.5%. As I stated earlier, there are no cost of living adjustments built in based on the current labor negotiations underway. Next slide, please. This slide shows a pie graph proposed for fiscal year 2025-26 general fund expenditures. And as you can see from this pie graph, that the salaries and benefits are the largest part of the general fund budget at 36% allocated for salaries and wages and 28% for the benefits, for a total of 64% of the general fund budget. Other than that, the second largest or the next largest expenditure budget is for professional and administrative and other, operating at 16% of the general fund budget. Next slide, please. This slide shows the historical budget for Reimagined Public Safety starting in fiscal years 2025-22. The total budget was $6.3 million, and the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 totals $8.9 million, a net increase of 40% or just under $2.6 million over 5 years. Next slide, please. And just to restate or summarize the slide that was shown slightly earlier in the presentation, that the fiscal year 2025-26 general fund budget includes revenue of $306,211,175, which is a 22.3% increase from the current fiscal year revised budget, and expenditures are $257,711,175, or a 3.4% decrease from the current fiscal year. And then there's the 48.5% million limited term revenue that is available for City Council to allocate later. With that, I'll turn it over to LaShonda.
Thank you, Andrea. Next slide, please. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. So before you is a slide regarding the city-sponsored festivals. And you see here that we have in the current fiscal year allocated $101,500 to various festivals. And then you see the proposed expenditures in the next column. The list of festivals have generated over many, many years within the city of Richmond. They have come before City Council for various reasons. What we have here is that for the majority of the festivals, we have provided lots of support to community organizations that are running these events. So for the city of Richmond, for this list, the majority of festivals are not ran by City of Richmond staff. They are run, facilitated by community-based organizations, and City of Richmond staff are at the table or providing various levels of support depending on the magnitude of the festival. For example, for Cinco de Mayo and Juneteenth, there's much more city commitment, whether that is through public works, making sure the space is cleaned before, during, and after. We have a lot of police and fire presence at those larger events, whereas a smaller event may have less city support. So it really does depend. The two festivals here that are run by the city of Richmond, the Library Fair was brought on by City Council member Gail McLaughlin, and the library staff and LEAP staff fully run that and manage that festival. And then for Nowruz, there was a collaboration between a nonprofit organization, and there was a lot of city staff support for that one, and that one was brought forth by City Council member Bana. And what you see for 25-26 is a recommendation. It is just a starting point for City Council to have a discussion. The The two festivals that we are not recommending funding for North Richmond Shoreline and Oakland Symphony, are simply because they did not take place in 24-25, and they have not taken place for many years. So we are recommending a reallocation of funding to support other events. Next slide. Thank you. This is our environmental and community investment agreement budget for proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. It totals $8.7 million. So in 2014, the city of Richmond entered into an agreement due to the Chevron modernization project. The city received $80 million over a course of 10 years to support various strategies surrounding either greenhouse gas reduction programs or community-based programs. For greenhouse gas reduction programs, there was $50 million allocated to various strategies. And over the years, the city staff have worked together to come up with proposals that meet the guidelines outlined in the ECIA agreement. This is the proposed projects for fiscal year 25-26. This slide, and then you can go to the next slide, please. This is a continuation for the community, for the greenhouse gas emission reduction programs. They total a little bit over $7 million. And then for the community programs, we received over $30 million over the course of 10 years. We've received all of our payments from Chevron thus far. And these recommended projects under that area equate to around $1.7 million. So we have a total of $8.7 million that city staff is recommending for funding. We have already spent through fiscal year 24-25 approximately $65.9 million. And if we combine that with this 8.7, for future years, the city council will have approximately only $5.4 million available for expenditures in future years, 4.1 for greenhouse gas reduction programs, and 1.3 for community programs. Thank you, and next slide.
Thank you, LaShonda. So the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funding the city received, we wanted to highlight the projects, the current status of that funding, the completed projects on this slide here, and just a reminder to council that the city was required to obligate the $27.7 million by December 31st of 2024. And the city is required to spend those funds by December 31st of 2026. The city did, in fact, obligate that funding, and this shows the projects that have been completed, and those funds have been spent thus far, totaling $3,232,765. Next slide, please. This slide shows the amount of ARPA funding that has been allocated, the amount that's already been spent, the amount remaining to be spent, and the estimated date of those projects' completion. And again, these projects have already been reviewed and approved by the City Council, and the purpose of these slides are to show the current status of work in progress and anticipated dates of completion. It's continued on the next slide, please. And here is the remaining projects that are currently in progress and the amounts remaining to be spent. The total ARPA funding received is $27,740,723. Expended amount to date is $11.5 million, and the total remaining to be spent by December 31st of 2026 is $16.2 million. And again, these funds have already been obligated and are in the process of being completed by December 31st of 2026, and their estimated completion dates have been included on the presentation. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn over to Joseph.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Joseph Munoz, for the record, the Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works Engineering. Here we're presenting the draft capital improvement plan budget by program category. So this is integrating that programmatic approach. And as you see here, the first year of the capital improvement plan is the proposed budget for adoption. The capital plan includes essential capital projects with the proposed budget of $170,727,786. That breaks down through 8 program categories: the equipment services, general and public safety facilities, parks and open spaces, Port of Richmond, sanitary sewer and wastewater, storm drainage, and watershed technology and transportation. And the entire 5-year plan totals to approximately $240 million. Next slide, please. Here we have a pie graph that displays the 11 funding sources for the proposed plan for fiscal year 2025-26. And as you can see here, the 11 sources are the General Capital Fund, Measure J, Impact Fees, Port of Richmond, Wastewater, Equipment Services, Other Operations, State Gas Tax, Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, Outside Funding Grants, and Engineering Grants. Keynote here is a major source does come from the General Capital Fund, and we would like to note that the major grant sources that we have is the United States Department of Transportation, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, California Department of Transportation, State Coastal Conservancy, California Natural Resource Agency. And for additional detail, you can refer to attachment 3 that lists all the projects by funding source as well, and also outlines the programmatic approach so that the projects are rolled up into programs. As you're seeing here, it was program categories on the previous slide. Next slide, please. Here is now the breakdown in a pie graph for the 5-year plan. Similar to the other one, the 11 funding sources are there. And a key note here is General Capital Fund being the main contributor as well. And through the 5-year plan, of course, we'll continue to look for outside sources from these grants. So that, of course, will increase and continue as we build our out years, as we call them. Next slide, please. Now, with all those funding sources and what do we get out of it, we'd just like to highlight some anticipated projects that will reach substantial completion. As a reminder, substantial completion is when we essentially complete construction, but we are working with the contractor to do checklists, check out the site, et cetera. So those ones are the Borman Park Revitalization Project, estimated to be completed spring of 2026. Lincoln Safe Routes to School Project, which is this summer, 2025. Richmond Art and Lighting Project, which is this spring of 2026. Shields Reed Park Revitalization Project, which will be the summer of 2025. And of course, we have our street paving program. So we'll have our, the work that's done by crews, and then the Cape Seal Project for spring of 2026. Now, the next 3 projects you see here comprises of the ARPA projects, which breaks down to the Martin Luther King Jr. Restroom Renovation Project, spring of 2026, Shields Reed Park Field Renovation Project, spring of 2026, and Wendell Park Field Renovation Project, spring of 2026. For additional details for these projects, we refer to the Capital Improvement Program dashboard, which will provide you additional detail, which was actually recently updated with the assistance of our CIP staff, Mark Leitner and Darcy Delashmut. And then we'll continue to update on a monthly basis, depending on how we proceed with fiscal year 2025-26 budget. We'll essentially provide an update this coming July. Next slide.
And with that, included in your packet, there's 3 options that staff has prepared. Option A is basically a wait, hold, and wait and see option until after the City Council recess to give staff additional time to assess the economic uncertainties that Shasta mentioned earlier, to settle and fully analyze the overall impact to the city. City staff will evaluate various options for investing those funds of the principal new limited term general funds to optimize earnings. For example, if $48.5 million is invested today at approximately 4% interest, that would earn about $1.94 million annually. Option B may include CIP unfunded needs. And option C, for example, allocating $19.5 million as a set-aside as a contingency due to potential federal funding cuts affecting sanctuary cities, which the City of Richmond relies upon, key funding for programs like employment and training and the Richmond Housing Authority. $19.5 million to be allocated for City Council Strategic Goal Area Number 3, aimed at enhancing the quality of life and community health, supporting the City Goal 3.1 for maintaining the built environment and parks, and Goal 3.2 for developing new infrastructure. and set aside $9.5 million designated for strategic goal area number 5 to improve the city's internal infrastructure. This funding addresses $396 million in unfunded pension liabilities and $63 million in other post-employment benefits liabilities, with a recommendation to place it in a trust account to improve fiscal responsibility in line with City Council Goal number 5.2. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, city staff will incorporate City Council direction and respond to questions received this evening on June 17th. City staff will review and adjust the draft budget for accuracy and include adjustments from the mayor and council members. City staff will monitor the executive orders that impact and their impact on sanctuary jurisdiction and update the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 operating budget and fiscal year 2025-30 capital improvement plan for the June 17th and June 24th City Council meetings, and a balanced fiscal year 2025-26 budget will be presented for adoption on June 24th. Next slide, please. To restate the recommended actions to receive the draft fiscal year 2025-26 annual operating budget and fiscal year 2025-30 5-year capital improvement plan budget presentation, and provide direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. Next slide, please.
And thank you. Councilmember Robinson is excusing herself, so we can go to the next item. The next slides. Thank you very much. Ms. Velasco?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. Next slide, please. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present a bit of an overview of the Richmond Rising project. So as the council and the community may recall, we received $35 million from the Strategic Growth Council. It's a 5-year implementation project. We have about 15 specific sub-projects, and within those, there's other projects, including policy programs, as well as built environment improvements. The project itself will also be evaluated by the UC Berkeley Center for Global Healthy Cities. So it's really meant to be a demonstration of what transformative integrated project implementation can look like for cities, counties, municipalities, and serve as a model for others within the state. Next slide. And as part of this effort, it's really a concerted effort with community partners, area residents, youth within our community. And we have a community stakeholder committee that meets on a monthly basis that helps provide recommendations on how to do outreach, how to make sure that the projects are reflective of community priorities. And we're really proud about the active participation, which I'll talk a little bit more soon. But we are meeting at the Nevin Community Center, which is within the project area, which is Santa Fe, Coronado, and the Iron Triangle neighborhoods. Our monthly meetings include food, childcare, as well as Spanish interpretation. Next slide. As a result of the 5-year implementation, these are some of the objectives we hope to achieve, which include GHG reductions, overall increased mobility options, and enhanced tree canopy within neighborhoods, as well as electric bike options and energy efficiency upgrades for low-income households. Next slide. And so some of the key accomplishments within the project area, and as I said, this is very much an integrated effort. There's various city departments, including employment and training, public works, the fire department, parks, and many others that are part of this process. And together we've been able to engage over 10,000 residents. We've been able to install 480 fruit trees throughout the community, install solar panels, as well as get youth involved in our Youth Fellows program. And that's really a program that's starting to kick off to help support engagement throughout the project for all of the projects. Next slide. And so as far as the upcoming fiscal year budget, several of our projects are moving from the design phase with the community into implementation. Specifically, Urban Tilth will be doing the ADA accessible garden within Unity Park. We also are hoping to start construction of the e-bike lending library, which will also be within Unity Park. The bike share program has already started its pods throughout the site. And then we hope to complete the design for Neighborhood Complete Streets as well as the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2. And so our budget for next fiscal year is about 17 million, all coming from Strategic Growth Council. Next slide. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
And so, Mayor, as we discussed previously, if the council has any questions on the information that Ms. Velasco just presented, we'd welcome the opportunity to take those questions now. And once those questions conclude, then we would ask Councilmember Robinson to join us again.
Specifically for the Transformative Climate Communities Grant. So no questions? Oh, yes.
It's not really, the presentation wasn't, I couldn't see it online.
It should be posted, and if it's not already, it will be tomorrow morning.
Thank you, because this one here, it gets cut off for some reason when this begins.
Yes, we were working with the city attorney's office this afternoon and with the mayor's office to make sure that we conducted the meeting effectively, and so we're happy to provide those slides.
Thank you. That's my other question.
Councilmember Bana?
Question about the whole presentation?
No,
Just
about
this
the,
section?
yeah. Okay, so so I guess there are no, okay, speakers.
Mayor, may we now get Councilmember Robinson? There's no questions on slides 36 through 40?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
We have 4 in-person speakers, and we have 3 online speakers. Speakers are Cordell Handler, Jamin Purcell, Julian Delatorre, and Kevin Tisdale. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes. Cordell?
That's me. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez. Council, for the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I really appreciate this budget, Andrea. Thank you. So one of the things that, and I have my checklist, but I'm going to keep it short because of time constraints. So one of the things that I've seen in the multi-year position listing as for the port, because every time I see the position listing is like, I see the port. And so I would like to see some more positions added to the port because ports generate revenue. And that's what I wanted to see. So that's been on my checklist as well as community development and among other departments. So I'll just leave it at that.
Jamin Purcell?
I will also try and keep it short. Thank you for the budget. I do appreciate it. I would like to draw attention to that 11% vacancy rate and how we do need to be filling these positions. In particular, when we're looking at the cost of projects, that includes a lot of staff time, that's hours. And as well, people are, as we heard earlier, very, very pressed for time, and they do not have the ability to do everything that we would like to. So I hope that we are trying to do as much aggressive hiring as possible in order to be able to make sure they're providing all the great services that Richmond deserves. I'll leave it at that.
Jillian Delatorre?
All right, good evening, council members. My name is Jilly Delatorre, and I'm speaking to urge the city council to allocate funds during the current budget cycle for a full-time race equity officer. So we as Healthy Contra Costa have been actively involved in shaping the city's race equity action plan since 2017. Our role has been to support the city in building the political and organizational will needed across city departments, council, and the broader Richmond community to meaningfully engage with this plan and to translate it into action. We understand that staff across departments are often stretched thin, and some may struggle to see how race equity connects to their specific responsibilities. That's why our focus has been on clarifying the relevance of this work, supporting internal capacity, and advocating for the dedicated infrastructure needed to carry it forward, starting with the full-time race equity officer. To advance race equity, the city needs dedicated staff fully focused on this work. A full-time race equity officer would help integrate equity into daily operations and support consistent, coordinated efforts across departments. The city has already committed to hiring this full-time race equity officer. We urge you to follow through by allocating funding for this role during the current budget cycle. Funding this role would provide dedicated capacity for equity work, relieving the burden on existing staff, and strengthening city operations. Let's see. Yeah, it's time for the city to follow through on its stated commitment to advancing reparations. Black and African American communities in Richmond have faced disinvestment for generations. A full-time race equity officer could help move this work forward so it doesn't remain stalled. And with the current federal administration's attacks on DEI programs, equity efforts, and more, it's morally imperative that the city of Richmond honor its deep historical roots as a city that stands up to power and defends its people. We can't back down. Our communities are relying on us. Resourcing this work is one critical way that we can continue to move toward race equity in the city of Richmond. We want to see actual results achieved and disparity gaps closed. This means investing in leadership, infrastructure, and accountability to close disparity gaps and advance meaningful change. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Kevin Tisdale.
Good evening, City Council. Kevin Tisdale, President, SEIU. The city's budget is a reflection of its values and priorities. The purpose of local government is to provide essential services to the public, whether that's maintaining parks, streets, keeping buildings safe and accessible, staffing libraries, non-sworn positions in the police department, assisting residents at permit counters and across community centers. Positions that are vacant are essential, and all positions are essential. So what didn't see presented was the position control. City workers serve the community with pride, and meaning pride and purpose. So, you know, we do the best we can with the resources provided, and we're purposeful in our interactions with city residents and our customer service. We need that same pride and purpose from the city leadership with us. No COLA, you know, being presented, that's not acceptable. Last year, HR director said specifically, we want Richmond to be a city of choice. In order to do that, salaries need to be increased. And separate issue on budget. It's a medical emergency in the city basement. Police fire radios didn't work. I know I talked to HR on that. I don't know how much it's gonna cost. We have enough money, so if in the emergency, in the EOC, we can have proper telecommunication via radio. That's all I have. Thank you.
Now we'll move to the online speakers.
And
We
those
have
are
3
on-
speakers.
And those online speakers are Roxanne Garza, Stephanie Zhang, and Johanna. Roxanne, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Roxanne Carrillo Garza, Senior Director for Healthy Contra Costa. We've been partners with the city leaders for over the last 8 years to help shape the race equity plan. A lot of time has elapsed, and we're still working to implement this plan. The city needs dedicated staff fully focused on this work. Council members have been interested in how this officer would ensure accountability. The officer would lead implementation and continuous updating of the race equity plan, ensuring all departments develop and report on equity strategies. They would also develop citywide shared agreements and accountability frameworks for departments and external partners to ensure alignment with equity goals. We've talked a lot tonight about equity and how to look at equity in terms of public works, how to look at equity in terms of immigration. I know the council is looking at equity in terms of the Chevron funding. Having an equity officer, I think, would be really important as you move forward on all of the priorities of the council as well as the department. We urge you to follow through on your commitment that you made in October by allocating funding for this role in your 2025-26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Zhang. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Stephanie Zhang, the Richmond community organizer with APEN, or Asian Pacific Environmental Network. Last year, APEN was proud to be a part of the coalition of workers and families that brought Chevron to the table and won the settlement funds for our city. And together, we believe we can build a city where our kids and families can breathe clean air, have well-paying jobs, and live in safe and affordable homes. Right now, we have an opportunity to invest these funds that we won last year into planning for the future. But it's important we do this right. That means ensuring the community who fought for these funds are included in deciding how they're spent. And that also means creating a plan to spend these funds that both address residents' urgent needs while also planning for the future. Given the uncertainties our city faces today, whether it's economic uncertainty or federal policy changes, we want to make sure the city takes time to put together this plan to spend these funds that will set Richmond up to thrive for decades. So of the three options laid out earlier, we recommend council members choose option A, to wait until after the city council recess for economic uncertainties to settle and then fully analyze the overall impact on the city. Although options B and C identify important needs and risks, the city needs to take more time to create a plan that addresses these needs, plans for the future, and engages the community. And we believe option A gives the city enough time to do this. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Johanna. Johanna, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please state your last name for the record.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Joanna Gurdian, and I'm the Resident Leadership Manager at Healthy Contra Costa. I'm speaking tonight on an issue you've all brought up tonight, equity. In October of last year, you voted to allocate funds for a race equity officer position and for departments to develop equity statements, among other things. You've all talked about the lack of equity in many city processes, priorities, and projects. What we heard tonight is that staff are tired, overworked, and underpaid. We need someone that can take the equity work, centralize it, and lead it efficiently and effectively. We need to be using a racial equity lens to look at capital improvement projects, public works, landscaping, code enforcement, and street cleaning schedules, and other policies to help us invest in the city equitably. We have existing policies like the Health and All policies that are synergistic with the Race Equity Action Plan and need attention. Let's hire this position soon so that we can correct and implement the short-term and long-term equity goals that you all mentioned tonight. You all talked about, implementing ad hocs and, separate sort of groups to work through some of these equity problems that are happening citywide or that are affecting really mostly districts 1, 3, among others, right? And so I think it's important that we have a race equity officer, right, for the city. We have examples at the county with the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice that would be more than willing to support the work that's happening at the city. We also have examples with local municipalities like San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland that also have race equity positions or departments in their cities. So it's time for you all to allocate those funds and hire this position as soon as you possibly can so that we can help implement those goals that you all talked about and how to make Richmond a much more equitable place for everyone. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. If it would be the pleasure of the council, I would suggest that we email our suggestions for budget changes to staff to consider when we bring this back, and that we spend the last minute making a motion for whether we pick option A, B, or C. So
I think we need discussion first.
well, we've discussed it, and you know what? It's now time to adjourn.
I think the title is not asking us to vote or anything, but just to get a recommendation. So there is no need for any motion and any decision tonight about whether A, B, C proposals are going to be here. So if you read the title of the direction is just to make recommendation. And since we don't have time because it's just 1 minute, I think we need to
Okay.
come back.
Time up. So then, go ahead.
Thank
for
you.
the
I would
adjournment.
I would like us to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Amin Khalife. He was a young man who died wounded and starving as he went for food at the middle of the night. There are death traps in Palestine as they go for food. They get injured, there are stray dogs, and there are bullets. If they go during the day, there is the heat of the sun, and there are bullets. He videotaped himself before dying. I saw the video, and there is a wheelchair next to him. I don't know if he was disabled. He was lying on the ground wounded, talking about his death, but I don't know if he was disabled or not. He was one of the 100 people who died of starvation and wounds last week in Gaza, and one of the over 50,000 people who have died so far. The world has turned a blind eye into this ongoing genocide. Let's remember them. They're humans just like us.
With that, this session is closed.